Gina with Bijoux Noir. I'm happy that you guys are here. If you're just coming in, hit the like button, subscribe, share this video on your social medias, and let's get more people involved. We're going to have a great discussion. We're going to be talking about the group in Texas. They always just call it a group. But what it is a set of people that have very high stakes, maybe have paid, some money to have a seat at the table, to have a lot to say about what's happening, and they know what the stakes are. They know that doing so will definitely affect the way people think. They want to affect the children. So what this group, and the word they're using, a group of Texas educators. And it's funny, I went back as far as 12 years to see if this had happened before, and it did. And yes, it's always just called a group. They're not giving the group a certain name so you could go research them, or they're not letting you know the individuals in the group so you go research them. But a group of Texas educators, they say, is proposing that a term slavery be redefined to mean involuntary relocation. So they want what happened to our ancestors to be called involuntary relocation. I don't even know where to begin with this, to be honest with you, because there's so much to be said. But I would just like to talk about one aspect of it, because there's so many aspects of this that you could touch on. There's the overall disrespect of what they've done to our people, and just the lack of accountability. But let's just focus on the fact that they're trying to rewrite history. Just that. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight. We could, of course, get into those other things, but that was the one aspect that I wanted to talk about, because this is the tool that has been used, past, present, to control not just us, but all people under the sun. It's not just Black people. This is a tool that's been used by many people to control, by few people to control many people. And this is something that I really want to pay attention to. If some of you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to play the clip. The news came out maybe around the 1st or the 30th, and this is what it did. This is what it said.
Proposal to change the way slavery is taught to second graders in Texas, and it's facing some backlash. Under this proposed standard, slavery would be now described as involuntary relocation. Our Roseanne Aragon is live outside HISD headquarters with a closer look at the controversial proposal. Roseanne?
Yes, we are here outside HISD, but there are nearly 8,900 public schools in Texas. Local community leaders were very disappointed in the proposed draft of Texas second grade social studies standards laid out by a group of educators. But the state board maintains their curriculum will not downplay the role of slavery in American history.
So, changing the word slavery to involuntary relocation, they're saying it's not going to downplay. I mean, are you serious? Involuntary relocation itself completely changes what happened. The word slavery itself is not even enough of a word to cover all that encompassed what happened to our ancestors.
Community leaders reacting after a now controversial draft of second grade social studies standards, which a working group recently presented to the Texas State Board of Education for review. The draft included a section titled Enslaved Peoples in America, and the description in the draft included the language involuntary relocation instead of slavery.
What kind of educators are these who think that slavery is the same thing as involuntary relocation? And then my thoughts went to, here as another attempt to whitewash the truth about history.
The draft was written by a team of educators as part of a process which happens once every 10 years to update what children learn. Well, the State Board of Education did not approve the draft. Instead, they sent it back to be reworked. The board stated in part, the draft description involuntary relocation for African peoples who were sold into slavery did not paint a clear or full picture. This board is committed to the truth, which includes accurate descriptions of historical events. The NAACP Houston branch weighed in, saying it would monitor this issue, stating in part, "No one should in any way erase our history, and there is no other way to explain slavery than to say the word slavery." Now, the State Board of Education chair acknowledges that the topic of slavery is not currently taught in the second grade, and this was meant to address that deficiency. The board is expected to approve the final draft in November. For now, reporting live from HISD headquarters, Roseanne Aragon, KPRC 2 News.
So there it is. I want to say this. You see, this is not the first time that this has happened. This is not the first time that they have done this, and they've been able to do it and get away with it in so many words. It's funny because as I was doing some research, it's like these people are trying right in front of us. I mean, they did it with Martin Luther King. I mean, to the point where the only speech that we talk about when we talk about Martin Luther King is that "I have a dream" speech. All the other speeches where he talked about, certain rights, certain things that, need to be done for the community, for the Black community, none of those things are talked about. It was amazing to me when I was doing my research to find out that for whatever reason, whenever these people needed certain things done, they just go in and they just change whatever they need to change. I mean, they even went as far as much to change the Bible. Let me share this clip with you guys.
You're going to have to ask yourself a couple of questions by the end of the program.
Let me hold this. I want to share this one first.
Inside Washington's Museum of the Bible, a single volume that is like no other. The so-called Slave Bible, remarkable not for what's in it, but for what's not.
So about 90% of the Old Testament's been removed and about 50% of the New Testament's been removed.
So think about it. To justify slavery or involuntary relocation, to justify slavery, they went in the Bible, the one they told us that was so holy that they couldn't be, messed with. They went in there and removed a whole lot of pages, a whole lot of things were taken out to then allow us to read it. Do you understand how malicious this is? I mean, and when you think about them revising our children's textbooks, and then you think about what they did as far as revising the Bible to be able to show us in the Bible why they were doing what they did to us and justifying it. Let's just keep listening.
To put it another way, a normal King James Version has 1,189 chapters in it. The Slave Bible has only 232.
Missing are chapters and verses that might have encouraged uprisings. Book of Exodus, redacted. No story of Moses demanding Pharaoh, "Let my people go." Gone is Galatians, and the verse, "There is neither bond nor free, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus." And no Jeremiah, "Woe unto him that useth his neighbor's service without wages."
What they've left in are verses such as Ephesians 6:5, which is the famous verse, "Slaves, be obedient to your master."
Looking at this Bible, it's hard to tell that anything's been taken out of it.
That's correct. I mean, it looks like a normal book.
For the day that justified this. This was done from above to below. It wasn't something that, men were doing on a lower level, like only in their households. This was done up at the church level, to the government level, to the house level. This was all in, y'all. And it's still all in, y'all. I'm just saying.
For many enslaved Africans, this would have been the first time they were exposed to the Bible.
A Bible selectively edited to instill obedience, using religion to underpin the horror of slavery.
When people encounter this exhibit, what lasting impression do you want them to leave with?
But we want to pass the message on that may this never happen again. The Bible itself is a whole book.
May this never happen again. How do we know the Bible is a whole book? How do we know what's real, what's not real, when you guys have, from the beginning of time, been using it to do whatever you will to people? How do we know what is and what isn't real? It's funny because when you think about all that they have done, how do you know what is real and what isn't real?
It's not one that you get to carve up and use this piece or that piece.
The Slave Bible designed to repress rebellion, but it didn't work. Enslaved people in the Caribbean constantly fought against slavery until emancipation.
I think it's very relevant to understand our history, not just American history, but our African American history, our roots and how we got to this point.
A dark chapter in the history of the good book. Jeff Bennett, NBC News, Washington.
And I want you guys to understand something. This goes back to critical race theory and how important it is, or how, you know, the people that are fighting against us are children and their children learning the truth about what happened, the true history of what happened, you know, in slavery, prior to slavery, them going into other spaces in this world and doing all of the atrocities that were done. These things are trying to be erased, not only in America, but all throughout the world. I, today, looking up, rewriting history, whitewashing history, was running into many articles, not just in America, but throughout the world, where the same thing is being done. And so it's not something that one group of people, it's like they're all working on it together. I don't know if they're still sitting together at one table making these decisions. Let's all write history together, but it seems as if they are. This is not something that we should take lightly. It's funny because we send our children to school every day. Little do we know that we're basically sending them to a space where they're being programmed not to know themselves. They're being programmed not to understand how to really propel themselves to being complete beings, because you cannot be complete unless you know yourself, and unless you can see yourself in the light that you should. It really did something to my mind, and it was something that really just made it, just kind of cemented everything that I've been thinking lately about, you know, this space that we're in, not just in America, it's everywhere. Seriously, it's not just in America. Whatever it is, whatever powers that be that is controlling this space or this thing, they're all working in together in trying to keep everybody in the dark about certain things. There's very few people telling the truth, but I have to say this: there are people telling the truth. Now, are we listening? Because it's like, that's the thing. It seems like the lies are there and we're taking them. We're here, we're seeing the news. It's funny because you see this right here, this news about in Texas right now, people trying to change the make the textbooks tell lies about what had happened. If you Google, Texas did this 13 years ago. And prior to that, they did it again 10 years prior to that. There's YouTube videos out there going back to 12 years ago when Texas did the same thing. So, and what happens with Texas is that they basically, when their textbooks change, it kind of like domino effect throughout the United States. I don't know if everybody knows that. So they lie, and all the other books, and all throughout the United States, all the other books starts to lie. I didn't even know that until today. But that being said, that's a very frightening thought that, and it's funny because I found this clip of Alan Watts, and I'm really a fan of Alan Watts, and he was stating, well, let me let his words speak on how history, based on, some of the things that he found, had changed completely. Look, one moment.
I've researched so many books. I've got a library of my own. I like paperback books, or at least hardback books, because they're permanent records of the past. And if you can't understand the past, you won't understand the present or the future. I've also been in the music business, heavily involved for years. And I saw how culture creation worked from the top, and how generations were swayed into new fashions, new ideas. But I also realized the system of schooling, when I was going to school, was bogus. The histories were bogus. And I was very, very lucky to have access to very old libraries, town libraries. Some of them had reference books going back into the 1700s, written at the time. When you compared the histories I was being taught in school to the histories that were written at the time, they were completely different. You had a deeper understanding of how geopolitics had been used in the past to even populate the country of Canada. London couldn't get immigrants to go off into the new colonies, What they did for Australia was to create so many laws that you couldn't help but break them, and poverty, and therefore stealing a loaf of bread to feed you or your family would get you deported to Australia with your family. That's how they populated Australia, crime. They created the laws for crime. With Scotland, they had a...
Did you hear that? They made so many laws that it would be really hard not to break them, and when you broke them, they forced you into Australia. That's how they populated Australia. Wow.
rebellion, which could have been rigged, and I often think it was, and the whole of Scotland was punished. And they deported millions of the Scots off to the Americas to populate the Americas. This is geopolitics in action. That's how it works. And whole peoples are often moved from their land because the elite masters want them elsewhere to be productive for them, themselves, the masters. When you look at the strategy for the US and Canada, again, long-term strategy, long-term planning, you'll find that the big corporations of their day, the Hudson's Bay companies, the Fraser companies, were given charters to own the land before Canada was Canada or US was the US. They were simply called the Americas. These are private international corporations that had the power of life and death over everyone who lived within their areas. The Queen or the King had a consulate in every country, Lieutenant General or Governor General, they call them. We still have one in Canada today who represents the Queen. They have all the powers over life and death of subjects under that governor. Because the planners knew that once you bring people into a country or a continent, create real wealth for them and get businesses going, clear the land, drain the swamps, and so on, they can take it all away from you through laws 200 years down the road. And that's what's happening now. Long-term geopolitics once more. And if you think I'm kidding about this, go into the history books written at the time. They're still there in some of the libraries. And you can also go into the art of geopolitics. There's even videos on YouTube on Brzezinski boasting about how he set up the Taliban in Afghanistan. You'll see him encourage them to fight the Soviets at that time in the 1970s. And he actually says, yours is a holy war. This man, who obviously believes in nothing but himself and his own peer group, is encouraging another people to go and fight a holy war, a jihad. And he uses these terms against the Soviets, knowing full well, once it was set up and it was backed by the CIA, that 10, 15 years down the road, there'd be a problem. And then they'd have to go to war with the very group they'd created to fight the Soviets. That's what's happening today. Long-term strategies. Well, that's how history has always been run. If you can go into the books where you find the British Home Office is mentioned, study the history of the diplomatic corps. Because the diplomats were spies. They would go into territories, set up embassies, collect intelligence data for future invasions. Their job was also to try and grab the rights of minerals, gold, silver, etc. across the planet, all natural resources, and find ways, long-term strategy, to either bribe it off the present rulers of those countries or else create an ultimate war with them and simply steal it under the guise of occupation.
So all of this he found going through history books. Like you see, he said in the 1700s, there were certain books that just basically told it all, told how they had accomplished certain things. And then later on, books would be revised or revisioned and certain facts wouldn't be in them anymore. And if you pay attention, there are certain things that you learned when you were young, your children don't even know how to do now. Just like, none of my kids know how to write in cursive. Not that that is history, but there's so many things that they're not aware of that we were aware of. And think about it, y'all. These people are fighting to change slavery from from the word slavery to involuntary relocation. So their children will not have any will not feel any way sorry for what what their ancestors done, because you see they're looking at a generation right now, their children that are maybe in their 20s, or these kids, they're at an age now that for the most part they're digging, and they're like, wow, this happened, and they're the ones that's coming out with a lot of the facts, because that's another aspect of the history that's being dug up now, is being dug up by those kids that got just a little bit of information about slavery, and they wanted to know more, and they're the ones that's coming out with a lot of the history that we didn't know anything about. And so they want to put a stop to that. So, not giving them nothing at all will of course turn them from even wanting to know anymore. So right now it's really important that we pay attention, because you see, this is how it's always been. You see, it's always been that way. When you think about what they did with the Bible just so they can control us, this is how they control the masses, by changing history. And it's not just happening in America, it's happening all over the world. I wanted to also share this clip with you guys, because guess what? It's going to be important that we take responsibility of communicating with our children and communicating with our families, real history. And it's not going to be something that you can leave up to the schools anymore. It's not, the schools are not gonna tell your children the truth. They're not gonna give them factual information. They're gonna present information to them to guide them in the direction that can better that can lead them in a way that's going to direct the people that want to be in power. And trust me, they're not melanated people like you and me.
Why would our schools leave all of this history out? I mean, this is some of the greatest American story that you've ever heard. Why would they do that? And it's everywhere. You just don't know where to look. If you take a look at the revolutionary paintings of revolutionary times, here it is. This is the Boston Tea Party. Bunch of white guys, and these people strangely looking like Indians, and they're not. But that's it. Not a lot of racial diversity. If you watch movies, one great movie. This is John Adams. You watch John Adams, and you don't see a lot of racial diversity. I'm currently watching Johnny Tremaine. This is. I love this movie. I remember this growing up. I was watching it with my kids just last night, and I noticed there are a couple of American Indians, but you don't see any African Americans unless they're slaves. They will show people as slaves, but that's it. Now, I want to show you a painting of the Battle of Bunker Hill. Here's the Battle of Bunker Hill. Bunch of white guys, right? Unless you know where to look. Right here. That's Peter Salem. He was actually the hero of the battle. It doesn't look like he's a hero there. He looks like he's cowering behind the white guy with a sword. He was the hero of the battle. And he saved scores of American lives that day. Why don't we know this? Look here. African American. Helping row the boat across. You know what his name was? Prince Whipple. He fought alongside Washington during the Revolution. Take a look at this one. This painting of, this is the Marquis de Lafayette. If you look at this, you just think, oh yeah, and then he made his slave dress up like I don't know what. But that's what you would think, right? This guy is incredibly important. This guy may have won the Revolutionary War. James Armistead was his name. How did he win the Revolutionary War? Double spy. I'm going to let David tell the story here in a minute, but basically the Brits thought that he was spying for them, but he was spying for General Washington. He'd give the Brits bad intel and reveal the good critical information to General Washington. Did you know this story? Why? I'm so tired of people saying, well, it was just the white people, white people, white people. No. No. Why are we intentionally leaving others out? There are black founders in history. If I ask the audience, when did America have its first African-American judge? What year would you say? Anybody? Take a guess. Judge. 1860s? Anybody? 1770. Amy, is that just a wild guess?
No, not. I wasn't sure exactly, but I think it's about
1770. Tell me.
1768. Wentworth Cheswell, New Hampshire, elected to office in New Hampshire. He was reelected for the next 49 years, held 8 different political positions. Really cool story about him is we all know that Paul Revere made his midnight ride. We also know he wasn't the only guy riding that night. Now, the guy riding, Wentworth Cheswell, black and white.
Now, how is it possible? Did you know that we had an African-American ride to say the British are coming, the British are coming? Amy did. Amy did. Anybody else besides Amy know that? 2, 3. Okay, 3 people in the audience.
Now, the white guy with the sword is Thomas Grosvenor. So you have Thomas Grosvenor and you have Peter Salem, black and white fighting side by side, but Peter is definitely the hero that day. 1817, this painting is done, and all the way up until the 1980s, we knew that that was Peter Salem, the hero of Bunker Hill. 1980s, the professors got together and said, oh, no, that's not Peter Salem. We think that that's Grosvenor's slave is who that is. It's not Peter Salem.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, in the 80s, they changed that from Peter Salem to Grosvenor's slave, Asaba. And that's what they say, oh, no, it's not Peter, it's Asaba Grosvenor, it's his slave. How come the guy who painted it and the guy who was there and the guy who saw it and painted what he saw had him as Peter Salem, and now we've all convinced, oh, no, it's a slave?
First, one thing that I think is missing in America, and it is the key to America, has been the difference between individual rights and collective rights, and this man articulated that.
In a speech entitled Our Composite Nationality, Frederick Douglass said, I know of no rights of color superior to the rights of humanity. He thought the worst thing that could happen for blacks after the Civil War was to treat them as exceptions in the law. And so today, with the discursive logjam that we have over things like affirmative action and group rights, and the only thing that you get from government is if you ally with others who look like you or somehow are categorized like you.
This goes into your theory that this is why this is not being taught, because you can't play the victim card. If you don't,
it goes against the traditional victim narrative. After the Civil War, the history was actually written by the losers. That's one time in history where the losers wrote the history.
That's exactly right.
Really interesting perspective.
That's exactly right.
All right, David, explain quickly. Let's go through these people.
Let's go through these. This guy right here, this is Lemuel Haynes. Lemuel Haynes is a soldier in the American Revolution. He's a black preacher. He's the first black preacher ordained in America that was a pastor of a white congregation in Vermont, Massachusetts, New York, several places.
A black professor in
black
a
preacher,
white,
that's right, in a white church.
Yeah, black minister.
Black minister in a white church in 4 different states. He was ordained in the Congregationalist denomination in 1785. He's the first black to receive a master's degree in America. He got that in 1804 from Middlebury College. So Lemuel Haynes, every year on Washington's birthday, he preached a special sermon about George Washington, his commander-in-chief, in all of his churches where he was. So we don't hear about Lemuel Haynes. This is Benjamin Banneker. I think he's the most brilliant scientist in American history. This guy, unbelievable what he did. He's the guy
more so than Franklin.
I would put Franklin and Banneker almost equal. Now Franklin did a lot of inventions. This guy one time took a pocket watch. He taught himself how to read. He taught himself science. He wrote an almanac that 10 years ahead he was able to predict to the minute solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, 10 years before they happened. I mean, by watching the motion through a telescope, unbelievable what the guy did. He once took the back off a pocket watch, saw how it worked, went home and carved a wooden clock with all the gears, mainspring, and it was accurate to within 1 minute a year. A wooden clock the guy did. He's the guy who laid out Washington, D.C. He's the surveyor who did all that. He's a brilliant mathematician. Jefferson gave
Never knew this.
No. Jefferson gave him as an example to France, said, hey, you guys in France think that blacks are inferior? Here's Benjamin Banneker.
First, representatives, I asked, when did we have our first black Speaker of the House? When did we have the first Speaker of the House? 1789. When did we have our first black Speaker of the House? I bet most people would say never.
Never, except it was right here. Joseph Hayne Rainey. Joseph Hayne Rainey of South Carolina is first black to preside over the House of Representatives. These are the first 7 blacks elected to Congress. You have here Senator Hiram Rhodes Revels, the first black U.S. Senator elected. He was a minister of the gospel. He was a missionary. He worked with Frederick Douglass. He recruited 3 regiments of black soldiers in the Civil War, and he was a missionary to slaves in the South. You have here Benjamin Benjamin Turner, Josiah Wall, the large. This guy right here is really cool. Robert Brown Elliott is probably the most brilliant guy of that era. He actually took on the vice president of the Confederacy in a debate on the floor and just tore his head off. The racist Alexander Stephens. It was a great debate.
When did we turn? Were these guys proud Americans, or did they say
this is the epitome of what we were just talking about. These were individual guys. Half of these guys taught themselves to read. Half of these guys were slaves, and 5 years later they're sitting in Congress. And as slaves, it was a capital offense to learn to read. So these guys in 5 years, and I'll guarantee you read their speeches and records of Congress, you better have a dictionary and a thesaurus in both hands, because you want to understand the language they use. It is so brilliant what these guys did.
But were they there to say the white man is bad and the America is bad?
No.
And
these guys were Richard Allen. Let me go back here. Richard Allen had been in slavery. Richard Allen was in slavery, and he held no bitterness at all. He says God would not allow bitterness even in Joseph when he was in prison. Do you think God will allow it in us? He said, we can't have bitterness. He said, by the way, there were some whites who held us in slavery, but it's whites who are working for our freedom. I mean, these guys had no bitterness.
There's that Fox News part right there. He's like, but did they hate us? Did they hate us?
They wouldn't allow it.
Okay, so
you're going to have to ask yourself.
I want to ask you guys something. You know, all of this being said, we've known for a very long time that they don't teach our facts. They don't tell us our truths. And you know, and I have to say something. When it came out that last news thing that came out, and they say they want to change the word slavery to involuntary relocation, it was not surprising to me, because to be honest with you, they've done things like this before. And for the most part, we kind of let things like this slide. And I want to know, like today, I would like to have a discussion with you guys to try to find out how much more we're going to take from these people. I mean, how much more can we possibly take at this point? They've been taking our history and claiming whatever they can to be theirs. Whatever they've done to us, they whitewash it, erase it as if it never happened. Things that they have done that's been atrocious in this world, that they definitely put our name on it. And it's gotten to a point where, you know, we say, oh, that cannot happen, but I doubt that that's not gonna stop them from trying again to do this, because they've done this before, where they've wanted to do something. They may not do it at that point, but they'll go and slide it in without nobody talking about it. They'll just fire a couple of people or replace a couple of people, and then legislation will get passed, or you know, they'll vote it in without, you know, having these people. They'll just hire the people that will agree to do it, and they'll hire the right Black people that will allow them to do it. And that's what's going to happen with this. And don't be surprised if 5 years down the line, your children are not even thinking, or they'll come home telling you that, what do you mean slavery? There was involuntary relocation, just like they said. Or another term. They might come up with another term, since this one was put in the news. And I'm just asking myself, you know, how much more are we going to allow, or how much more can we allow, or what can we possibly do, you know, at this juncture? Do we even have a do that we can do? It just seems like we're at a loss. We just at this point, I don't even know why they even try that. Why they even, you know, vote things in? They should just do it. Because to be honest with you, we're still sending our children to their schools. You see, for something like this to happen, we should all just say, okay, everybody in Texas, all Black people in Texas should say, okay, we will not send our children to your schools if this is what you're going to, because at this point, we have to understand that even though I know the school, they voted that they're not going to do it, but it's the audacity, it's the insult, it's the disrespect that comes with it. It's the absurdity that's happening there. And it's been happening, especially in Texas. It's been happening for the past 20 years, where they'll come up with and some of these things have been done. They have changed so much as far as the school, the history and social studies. They have made so many changes, you know, as far as, you know, how the war went, and you know, what the war was about, changing the reasonings, or the you know, things that, you know, we don't know anything about, because we don't know the true history behind them, and our children definitely don't know the true history behind them. I mean, to be honest with you, this has been going on long before we were children, that they were changing the history behind things, true history behind things. Some of us are just now starting to really learn true history. And my thing is, I don't even know if our children can learn from them anymore. I mean, I don't even think it's even a possibility that we can trust these people. I mean, how did we even think that we can trust people that put a Bible in front of you, remove all the pages out that they wanted to remove out, to justify them treating you less than a human, to justify them being able to kill you if they wanted to, because you are a servant? And then, you know, after that, they come back and say, oh, we're sorry. Let's put these pages back in here again. Yeah, we're still serving the same God. These pages, yeah, this book is still good. Let's put these pages back in there again. And yet we take the book, we put the pages back in, the pages they're telling us this is all. We don't know if it's all. We don't know if these are all the pages yet. I mean, at least I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's funny because when that clip that I played to you guys, the slave Bible, who's to say that that's all the pages? How do we know if anything else is missing out of that damn Bible? You know, we don't know. We don't know how much was taken out. We don't know how much was taken out and at which points things were taken out, how long they've been taking them out. You know, all we know is that this book has, you know, been used, and it's as far as history is concerned, it's definitely a history book that has been used to definitely control people for a very long time. I thought a lot about that today. And it made me, you know, I was sitting here looking at my Bible. I was sitting there looking at it thinking, you know, where do we go from here as a people? I mean, are we seriously caught in this thing to the point where we can't even loosen up? And here goes my dogs again, y'all. I'm sorry. But where do we go with this? Because it seems like, and there are some truth tellers. There are people out here, white and black, y'all, that are telling the truth, that are trying to be heard, but their voices are not as powerful as the people that sit in seats of power, that have control, where we send our children to school, where we, you know, go to the hospitals. These people, they're on all levels. They're not just in your schools. They're in the hospitals. They're in the, you know, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. You know, history and our and cures that can probably cure sicknesses that they're acting like they don't have the cures for. They have the cures for. They're just not giving them to people because it's beneficial to them, because they're making money off of folks. They only give it to those they want, or they're keeping the cure away just so they could benefit from people. It's just, there's so much, and it's funny because when people lie to you, you start thinking that everything is a lie. And it's funny, this is how I feel about the system at this time. I feel like, what can we trust? When you're sitting there lying to babies, you're what you're saying is you want to lie to these children so you can feel better, so you can, you know, not have to talk to your children about things that has happened or your ancestors did to a group of people. So they prefer to lie to all of our children so they don't have to deal with the, you know, the accountability aspect of being, you know, privileged from being, you know, descendants of people that did these atrocities to human beings. Instead of taking accountability and raising their children to be different and saying, you know, that was them, but this is us, and we know better, and we have to, you know, be accountable for what our ancestors did to humanity, to these humans, not, you know, because it seems like that would be the right thing to do. But instead, you're gonna triple back and say, instead of facing and being accountable, you want to take this and say, it never happened. We're gonna call it involuntary relocation. Yeah, what we did to you, it was just involuntary relocation. You know what involuntary relocation is? It's like you're living on a land, and the land has, let's say, oil underneath it, or it's about to maybe there's something underneath it that's going to cause you not to be able to live there. And then, you know, the state might come to you and say, hey, you know, it's not we can do. You're going to have to move. And then, you know, then you have to move. That's involuntary relocation. You getting on a fucking ship and going across the ocean and you know, working with the other demons that's in that space, willing to work with you and hand you over humans that are not okay with being taken and taking these humans not at their will, by force, you know, brutally, you know, and treating them like animals all the way, you know, some of which didn't even make it through, most of which died before they even got there, and then treated like mules and animals and raped and all this other stuff. So you mean to tell me that right there was involuntary relocation? That was some relocation stuff right there. That was just relocation. What happened to those ancestors was just relocation. No, those are not the facts. And I think the facts is what needs to be told to the children. If you want to have that discussion with them in elementary school, tell them the truth. Tell them the truth, because y'all don't have no problem having these, you know, kids out here watching people walk up and down the street with guns, because you make that legal. You don't have no problems making certain things just very easy for kids to get to. They get online and they can go to anything really and see anything. No problem with people coming to schools talking to them about all kinds of sexuality, but you have a problem telling them the truth about what your ancestors did to people all over the world. That's a lack of accountability. That's a lack of respect. And it shows that you're not sorry. It shows that you'll do it again. It shows that you are proud and you want to hold on to these privileges, and you don't want your children to feel sorry for what your ancestors did. And matter of fact, you want them to feel good about it. Matter of fact, you just want to change the words so they don't have to equate it with something bad. You don't want those words to make them feel like, because if they look up the word slavery, they may equate it with something horrible that happened to a human being. And you want them to see it as something good, because what was that word? You know, it was the business of that day. It was you know, it was something that was needed for the progression of your race. And that's really what it is, y'all. That's really what it is. It has nothing to do with anything else. These people are just blatantly trying to say that, you know, we don't want our white children feeling guilty for what our ancestors did, period. That's it. Sorry, not sorry. Slavery to involuntary relocation. It wasn't voluntary. You relocated. That's what happened to your ancestors. In 2010, May 2010, you guys can go and look that up. They did the same thing. They wanted to rewrite history. They put in a whole bunch of a list of things that they wanted to change. And they did those things. It didn't happen in 2010. It happened in 2012. They quietly fired the people that they needed to fire and put the people in place that would agree. And they made those changes. And I don't see them not doing the same thing again. And you have to understand, you know, the other day I had a discussion on here about how white women really is a force to be reckoned with, how they really they come together and they make these things happen for their race. And this is another aspect of this, because I promise you, this right here, matter of fact, I have a clip. I'm gonna share this clip, and then I put the link out there. Anybody wants to come in and tell me how they feel about this this change that these people, this proposal. It's a proposal. It's always a proposal, y'all. They always have it as a proposal. They have this proposal that they want to put out there. It's been denied, but that's how it always goes. In 2010, they put other proposals out there. It was denied, and then in 2012, those proposals went through under the shelf. So I'm going to share this clip. I found this video very instructive. And this is why I say white and black. There are people on both sides that are trying that are shedding the light on all of this. So, you know, I'm going to tell you something. I promise you, they don't be surprised if they let go of these two black women that was like, hey, we're not okay with this. If they let them go and hire other black people that will be willing to allow this to happen, because that's how it goes. They could always find one of us or two of us that's willing to, you know, sell us out. That's how it all started, right?
Growing up, the place that we learn the most about our society's history is in school. And for nearly a century, when it came to the Civil War, the Confederacy, the capital S South, American schools either left out some damned important pieces of the puzzle, or they simply lied. On YouTube, the phrase, "they lied to you."
This is his channel, guys. If you want to subscribe, I think you should subscribe. He has some great information. A better question.
Is often the last thing you hear before you board a one-way train to downtown Crazyville. And it seems like everybody's accusing everybody else of lying or making up facts these days. As a rule, it's probably a good idea to be wary of internet people peddling truth. So instead of just telling you what happened, I'm going to show you. And we're going to start there with the lies. Millie Rutherford was born in 1851 to a wealthy family in Georgia. She was born into a mix of academic tradition and Confederate loyalty that was probably unique for a woman of her time. One of her uncles was Howell Cobb, a 5-term congressional representative for Georgia, who later served as the state's governor. He also became an avowed secessionist, and he served as the president of the Confederate Provisional Congress, the group that wrote the Confederate Constitution. Afterward, he took a commission as a Confederate general, and his daughter, Mildred's cousin, would go on to design the Confederate Cross of Honor in 1899, a precursor to the United States Medal of Honor. Another uncle was Thomas Reed Roots Cobb. He attended Georgia's secessionist convention, he helped found the University of Georgia Law School, and he founded the Lucy Cobb Institute, a finishing school for young girls. During his legal career, he wrote the quintessential legal treatise on slaves in 1858, in which he describes the Negro as mentally lacking the ability for self-improvement, yet well-suited for direction by a superior, as having a physical talent for hard labor and a character to be happy as a clam in circumstances that would crush the spirit of a white person. He also became a Confederate general, and his estate lists the names of 25 slaves among his property at the time of his death at the Battle of Fredericksburg in 1862. The Cobbs were one of the most powerful and wealthy families in Georgia at the time. Cobb County in Georgia is still named after them. So, you know, not a lot of head scratching when it comes to how Mildred Rutherford eventually became a weird mishmash of Mary Poppins, Dolores Umbridge, and Frau Forbissino. Rutherford herself attended the Lucy Cobb Institute from its very first session. She went there for 8 years, she became a teacher in Athens, Georgia, and then later returned to the institute as its principal. She basically ran the place for the next 4 decades. Rutherford was consumed with this idea that accepted history was slandering the Confederacy. Rutherford decided that if she didn't do something, future generations would forever believe outlandish Yankee lies like the Confederacy started the Civil War, that the Confederacy fought to defend slavery, that the Civil War was fought because of slavery, that slavery was, you know, bad. Even worse, this slander was being taught to Southern children, and
look at the list. It was all about slavery.
Everyone else in the nation as well. But one finishing school for girls is small potatoes in terms of winning hearts and minds for her beloved South. Enter the United Daughters of the Confederacy. Rutherford was involved with them for quite some time by this point, but she became their National Historian General in 1911. She then transformed that position from basically an internal records keeper, or scrapbooker, into something else. Rutherford eventually wrote a measuring rod for textbooks and brought it to the National Confederate Veterans Reunion being held in her home state of Georgia in 1919. At the time, Rutherford wasn't the only person dicking around with the academic narrative of the Civil War. The lost cause myth had been evolving for 50 years by this point. Infiltrating school curriculum wasn't new, but this pamphlet standardized the effort. It was sent out to chapters of the United Daughters, Sons, and Veterans of the Confederacy all over the country. If their efforts to influence local and state school boards were unsuccessful, they would sponsor essay writing contests, which invariably rewarded the essays that most conformed to lost cause ideology. This letter is from 2 years after Rutherford's Georgia speech. It's from the Rutherford Committee. The letter is a scathing, line-by-line rebuke, which goes on for umpteen pages about things considered unfair to the South. The link to see the full text of this letter is down below, but it basically is a list of half-truths, omissions, and how dare yous. It's pretty much a textbook example of how to win an argument without using facts. Many textbook makers received letters just like this one. Most of the time, they just made the changes suggested by the assorted United Confederate groups. The resulting textbooks would then be used all over the country into the 1970s. As a result, generations of American school children learned the history that the losers of the Civil War wanted them to learn.
Did you get that? So basically, we've been lied to since up. Can you understand the delusions? I mean,
Rutherford's measuring rod is a direct distillation of lost cause themes. I'm going to dive into a few specific things from her book because, big picture, this is a debate where one side claims that the other is out to destroy their proud heritage and erase it from history. The people today who are making those kinds of accusations and are just saying we're just trying to protect our history belong to the exact same groups that have been saying the exact same things for more than 100 years. They present themselves as stalwart defenders of historical truth who must constantly resist the onslaught of Yankee, Northern, liberal historians who only want to defame a proud and benevolent culture. Because reasons, I guess. So when they claim to be defending a proud culture and heritage, it's important to understand what they mean. What truths do they consider important to defend? I'll let them tell you. The big ones are that the Confederates were not a bunch of disloyal, treasonous anti-Americans. The whole thing was the North's fault, and the Confederacy wasn't even big on slavery. Also, slavery wasn't even that bad.
pause. I don't think we really understand how deep this is. When these people go out of their way trying to revise the textbooks, that's really what they're doing. I don't know if you guys pay attention, but I remember very well when I was in school, what I learned about slavery was very minimal. That's why we don't have such a connection with Africa now. We didn't learn much about what really happened on the continent other than they sold us. Other than, you know, they did not paint a very good picture. You kind of wanted to get over that little 1-2 page chapter and just get back to American history because it just made you feel so uncomfortable. And that was the key. That was the point. And now I understand it.
I have to go back and put a huge asterisk by my head on that. Slavery wasn't even that bad. Americans. The whole thing was the North's fault. And the Confederacy wasn't even big on slavery. Also, slavery wasn't even that bad. I have to go back and put a huge asterisk by my head on that one, just so nobody quotes me later on that and tries to blackmail me for all my no money. It's important to note that people can believe whatever kooky things they want to believe. That's their right. I can't get in their head and I don't really want to. But as far as society is concerned, there's a functional difference between, hey, these are my beliefs, I can believe whatever I want, and telling the rest of the world that this is the real picture of reality and imposing those beliefs on everyone else. So how accurate is this stuff? Well, let's start with these guys. These are the Confederate generals that signed on to the Rutherford Committee in 1919. As it turns out, nasty bits of their own history aren't the only thing that these guys remember with rose-colored glasses. As time marched on and the number of Confederate veterans dwindled, many chapter records indicate the steady, retroactive promotion of members who were still alive, to the point where pretty much everyone still alive became Colonel this and General that, even though, some of them were 17 when the war was being fought. This promotion creep is one explanation for the fact that of the guys listed here on the Rutherford Committee, it goes colonel, captain, major, but doesn't really show up in the records at all. Private and private. The other explanation is that these men held the rank of general within the United Confederate Veterans Organization. Each of these guys was the regional leader of an area that had many different veterans chapters in it. They were a general within the Veterans Organization. Whether or not that was supposed to accurately reflect their status in the Confederate Army, holding the rank of general in the Confederate Veterans Association counts for as much, in society as holding the rank of general does in the Salvation Army, which outside of those organizations is precisely dick. Either way, there are now pictures of these men in the roles of Confederate veterans dressed in generals' uniforms and listed as generals. That illustrates how much these guys cared about historical accuracy, but also how hard it can be to undo historical inaccuracies. Because accident or not, many online resources now list some of these men as Confederate generals, and none of them were. Turning back to Millie's pamphlet, Rutherford goes through her measuring rod point by point, with quotations, argument, and evidence to support the truth of her assertions. Rutherford claims that the war between the states was not fought to hold slaves. She then goes on to talk about how Congress and Lincoln didn't want to fight to free the slaves. It's kind of the same point, but not really. She doesn't say a word about why the Confederates fought, which you'd think would be the relevant part to the whole not fought to hold slaves thing, seeing as how the South were the folks who started the fighting and who had the slaves. But whatever. Rutherford also gives us two arguments so devastating that they would be, quote, unanswerable. The first is that Grant, in charge of all Union armies, owned slaves, and that Lee, in charge of all Confederate armies, did not. How General Lee becomes the patron saint of the South is kind of an interesting story that I'm not going to get into here, but this claim is a balls-out lie. Here's a legal document from 1859, freeing Grant's one confirmed slave that he ever owned, who was either purchased from or given to him by his father-in-law. Grant wrote several letters talking about how he considered the practice of slavery to be, quote, dead before 1863. Grant's father was very anti-slavery. He was an abolitionist. Grant's father-in-law, however, owned several slaves, some of whom were probably put in the charge of Grant's wife. Grant wrote to his wife suggesting that her father transfer ownership of these slaves to his wife. But in context, it's clear in that letter that he is concerned that these slaves will be sold off to pay her father's mounting debts. Wow. And Grant didn't want to see them split up. He also said he'd never live in a slave state again. Although it's hard to tell if he's talking about just because he wouldn't be welcome, or if they would win the war so there wouldn't be any, or if that was a choice he was making. So no, Grant did not own slaves when he was in charge of all U.S. Army forces, or during the Civil War at all. Lee, on the other hand, owned 3 or 4 families of slaves who he inherited from his mother. This is according to his son, Robert E. Lee Jr. Lee also got control of nearly 200 slaves when his father-in-law died and left Lee to execute the will. The will explicitly stated that these slaves were to be freed within 5 years and the estate was to be sold off. But instead of freeing these slaves immediately, as the slaves expected, Lee decided that he had 5 years to work them hard to make the accompanying property profitable. He also rented them out to various other people, splitting up family groups as he went along. And the slaves kinda began to hate him. There's also a group of slaves who escaped from the property but were then recaptured and returned. According to the account given by one of the slaves themselves, Lee ordered up to 50 lashes each. When Lee's overseer wouldn't do it, Lee called in the local constable, who had no problem dishing out the punishment. According to this account, Lee then ordered the slaves to be doused in brine, literally pouring salt into the wounds.
This is the kind of history that they don't want to be taught in schools. This is the kind of history that they don't want your children to learn, their children to learn, because these things will make them look like the monsters they were.
Historically, this first-hand account has been largely discounted over the years, probably because, of who was giving the account. Which I just have to point out the surface level hypocrisy here. Ignoring somebody's eyewitness account just because of their race is a super weird thing to do when you're trying to argue that you're not racist. But you can't dismiss court documents quite so easily. Lee asked a court to delay the 5-year stipulation in the will, but the court ruled against him and his inherited slaves were legally freed. All about 2 days before the Emancipation Proclamation freed the rest of his slaves too, at least in name, if not in fact. Rutherford says that 200,000 slaveholders were in the Confederate Army, but 300,000 were in the Union Army. which is, yeah, a little awkward, or at least it would be if it were at all true. This one took some digging to figure out. For one thing, Rutherford is saying that roughly 500,000 slaveholders fought in the Civil War total. She doesn't give a source or a date, so it's kind of hard to figure out exactly how to tackle this, but crunching the numbers from the 1960 census, there were only a little over 400,000 military-aged men from slaveholding families in all of the slave states combined. Sure, during the Civil War, men could come of age, and the Confederacy expanded its definition of military age to get more recruits. But it would take a 25% increase in available manpower to give us Rutherford's total. And then, according to Rutherford, 60% of those slave owners would then run off to join the US Army instead of the Confederacy. This gets even more ridiculous given the fact that not all slave states joined the Confederacy. Kentucky, Missouri, Maryland, and Delaware did not. Kudos to you guys. West Virginia gets an honorary mention as well for bailing to make its own state in 1863. Mostly because the poor folks up in the hollers didn't really have slaves, and they were like, well, if everyone's seceding, why can't we? For Rutherford's statement to be true, a huge number of slave-owning men from the Confederacy would have had to leave the South to fight for the US Army, which, if it were true, would shoot giant holes in this idea of the loyal Southern soldier simply fighting out of duty, honor, and to defend his home. One way or another, you're lying your balls off. I think I did track down where Rutherford's 300,000 number comes from, though. Apparently, about 200,000 federal troops came from slave-legal states that didn't join the Confederacy, while another 100,000-ish came from Confederate states. What Rutherford has done is to take the 300,000 US Army troops that joined up from slave-legal states and call them 300,000 slave owners. In truth, maybe 1 or 2% actually were. I have no idea where she gets the 200,000 figure of Confederate slaveholding troops. In another work, she expands this claim, though. She says that only 200,000 of the 600,000 troops in the Confederate Army total owned slaves. She doesn't give us a source for this, of course, but it's worth noting that even while she's trying to downplay how important slavery was to Confederate soldiers, she's still saying that fully a third of all of them owned slaves. This is what happens when you don't spend time with people who have different views than you. You're like, a third's low, right? That should be fine. Incidentally, 33% is only a tiny bit higher than the overall average of what percentage of households in the CSA owned slaves. So maybe Millie just worked forward from that. This page ends with a quote that's attributed to General Grant, saying that he would fight for the Confederacy if he learned the purpose of the war was to abolish slavery. The source listed here is the Democratic Speaker's Handbook, a speaker's guide for and from the super racist Democratic Party of the time. There is no evidence that Grant ever said this outside that source, nor is there any reason to think that he thought this way from his correspondence or biography. Rutherford's citation here is about as authoritative as a neo-Nazi citing Mein Kampf as a historical authority. I think that's probably enough examples, but this parade of bullshit goes on for another 14 pages.
So that being said, I just wanted to share this with you. And again, his channel, he has some great facts and some great videos. I've been subscribed to him for a minute. It's a better question. Please visit the channel. I just wanted to really share this with you guys because it's really important that we pay attention to these things that are happening. I mean, in light of legislation being turned back, even though, you know, I am again pro-life, I'm not against the legislation per se, but pay attention to these things because they lead to other things. Right on the heels of that, they went into that meeting trying to basically change the word slavery, you know, to involuntary relocation, which is not a small thing, because I'm gonna tell you something that would change a lot of things. It would mean that the meaning of that would definitely change the outcome for people saying, you know, and 10 years from now, 11 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, to how people represent it in teaching it and things like that. And so maybe it's time that we start, you know, trying to figure out how we can teach our children separately, and how, you know, there should be you know, more of a presence of us as, you know, trying to become, if we're going to be here, if we're going to try to be here in this country, if we're going to have a presence here, we need to really put a stamp on trying to put ourselves in these positions to have more of a say. These people have not been playing with us, y'all. This is not a new thing. This has been going on for a very long time. I mean, you could go back to the Assyrians and see where they've been trying to change history, but what can we do about it? I'm gonna tell you something. It starts with you. It starts at home. It starts with the way you communicate with your children. It starts with you making sure that they get the knowledge and understanding on things that they're not getting from school. It starts with us making sure that we give them the understanding of what they're watching on TV. What is real? What is not real? I mean, man, it's funny because this thing right here is bigger than a lot of things that are happening. But if you go on Facebook or you go on YouTube, there's a lot of nonsense being still talked about that shouldn't be talked about. All descendants of enslaved humans right now should really be looking at this and understanding that this is a big thing that's about to impact us as a people. They're not going to stop trying to change this. This is something that they've already decided that they want to do. And they're doing it for their children. They're doing it for their future selves. They don't want them kids to think that their ancestors were guilty. They already see, just the fact that these, what do you call them, millennials are now walking around feeling guilty about slavery. A lot of them are feeling guilty about slavery. They saw what it did in the 60s. Now they see a lot of millennials like, hey, I'm not with all of that. I'm not, they've turned away from the history. They're digging up their own history. They're coming out with a whole bunch of facts. They're afraid of what this will mean to them if this continues. So they're willing to do whatever they need to do. And this is one of them. This is step one into trying to control. And guess what, guys? These people that you see sitting in these boards, making these decisions or trying to putting these proposals through, they're doctors. They're these doctors that we go into these, because I went into I went online and I looked up a couple of things. They could be doctors, they could be teachers, they could be anything. They don't have to necessarily be historians or anything like that. They just could be anybody that can buy a certain amount of, they buy into it, and then they're able to go in there and put proposals through. And trust me, it just made me think, we have these people that we go to, Black people we go to care for, like doctors and lawyers, and we work with these people. You don't even know who's racist or who's bigoted or who's got these views on trying to protect their race. And now more than ever, we know that it's in the schools. We know that it's in the school system. So we send our children. We send, the weakest among us every day to these schools to learn from these people that are redirecting them. They're directing them to hate themselves, to not be proud of themselves, to not see themselves as they should, to feel shame, to not understand their greatness, to not understand who their enemies are or who their enemies has been. They're also teaching their own children, that what you did was a necessary evil. This is the thing. They want their children to understand that what happened to those people, what our ancestors did to the Indians, what our ancestors, the the original people of this earth, what our ancestors did to the people that they brought over to this land. This was a necessary evil. So we're not going to call it slavery because it was a necessary evil. If we teach our children that it is slavery, they're not going to feel good about themselves. How will they be able to face the world and still be, superior than other races? No, this would make us all even. If it would even us all out if their children took accountability and our children went out there and it would probably balance things out. They don't want it balanced. It's not a system that they would like to see balanced. Now that it's starting to be balanced, it's not something that they want. They want to tip the scale again and make sure that they make it unfair and definitely give them put the values out there that they want, so their children could feel good about what their ancestors did. Because if you look at that clip that man shared, if you go back and you rewind, this woman, And it's funny that we had that discussion the other day about the white woman, how her relationship has been, or what, how she has really been the flag bearer as far as, upholding white supremacy. This woman really, she saw it. She saw that the key was to put it in the schools, making sure that everybody, the children, we got them at the young age. We got them at an age where that we were teaching them, one, we were teaching our children to feel pride in what our ancestors did, and to hold that, to hold that standard moving forward, and understand that it was a necessary evil, and two, to make their children feel ashamed, and to make them understand that there's no going above that. They're never going to win, because guess what? Again, I will state this. I cannot remember learning anything about myself in school. I cannot remember learning anything about Africa, or even other than, I think it was maybe like a 3-page on slavery. And it really, I think it was so humiliating and embarrassing that I wanted to rush through it. If I could have faded into the walls during that one chapter lesson, I think I would have. And I think the whole class felt that way. I think everybody that was Black in that class felt that way, because it was one of those things that it didn't teach us anything about ourselves. It didn't tell us what we were. It didn't give us anything to be proud of. It didn't tell the truth of what they did to us either. It kind of like made it seem like, we was this thing, and they brought us into light. We were in darkness, and they brought us into light. And I remember that very well. Hey guys, you're going to let me be out here all night by myself? I'm going to put the link out. Anybody want to come out here? Let me know what you think about this. This is not a small thing. Come out here and tell me what you think about this involuntary relocation. They're trying to change the word from slavery in all textbooks, because don't be fooled. The textbooks that are being changed in Texas, I don't know if you know this, Texas textbooks actually trickle down to all textbooks, and it's been like that for years. So when the textbooks gets changed in Texas, actually they get changed everywhere. I would like for somebody to come on here and tell me what you think about this. And if you're not in Texas, if you weren't going, I mean, have you bumped into this where you went to school? How have you had children? Do you feel like they're learning anything about history, African history, their history, slavery? I mean, is this something we're just letting slide? Are we not paying attention? Are we so caught up in just trying to feed our children, pay bills, keep them clothed? Are we so caught up in a rat race that we're just letting our children fall into this trap without giving them all that they need to know about themselves, without really teaching them everything they need to know to be able to be more powerful in this world? Because it seems like we're falling right into this trap. This woman, Miss Rutherford, it's funny, she's right here in Georgia. She was right here in Georgia, or was living right here in Georgia, where I am now. And they did a lot of work down here in the South that didn't just, it's funny because they lost a war, but it seems like they didn't, because the fact that they lost a war but still was able to impact our children the way they have, as far as having the ability to affect the way that they learn, and affect how we see the people that were, in fact, responsible for the Civil War, and in fact, the way that these people are viewed, the fact that they spend so much time talking about them in our history books, and the light that they put them in, is really, this tells you a lot. You're right, McGraw-Hill. That's it. McGraw-Hill Company. That was the book. I remember that book in school, yo, for real. I did not learn a damn thing about myself in that book. Not a damn thing. And I promise you, I walked away, I think, during the time when we were learning about Africa. I remember feeling like really uncomfortable. And I remember feeling like, okay, I just want to get off this. I want to get off this subject right now. I want to get off this topic right now and go into another topic, because it did not make me feel good being Black. And then when they started talking about slavery, oh man. And it was very short, very painful. And then they went back to talking about how great they were again. So that being said, it's definitely something that's been going on. And it's funny because I think the fact that we are on social media now and people have more acts, people are trending and stories, people are not, it's not something that's in a paper anymore. It's not just on the paper, or it's not just on the news. People are actually, you could be at work anywhere and you're getting the news just that fast. So we're more apt to respond to things. So everybody is on it now. Like I said, 10 years ago, the same thing was done. Texas made a whole lot of changes. And I think one or two people spoke up. They fired those two people. They brought in two people that would agree. And they passed the same. They made the changes that they wanted to make. We can't allow that to happen, y'all. They can't change the word from slavery to anything other than what it is. It was slavery. Matter of fact, there should be harsher words used. Slavery is decorum already. That's a form of decorum already. There cannot be a softer word used for what was done to our people. I mean, the fact that we put it all in one word is suffice, because what was done cannot be captured in one word. But for them to try to make it seem like involuntary relocation, look it up, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you something. If you look up involuntary relocation, you're gonna see something. This is why I say what they're doing universally. It's not something that just these people are trying to do here in Texas. Same thing was done with Hitler. He used the same type of words. Same thing was done a couple of years ago. I believe, was it in China? I don't know, but it seems like these people, they're going into history, looking at how certain things were done, and they're trying to do it the same way. Now, that's how they're trying to change history. They're trying to make it seem like, these people are trying to make it seem like they're going to move on in time, and this right here will be changed. And guess what? Nobody's going to know the difference. Just like right now, we didn't know. I mean, I didn't know for a very long time that there was a slave Bible and that they had taken many books out of that Bible. And who knows? This Bible that we have now, we already know that there's many books that are not in it. Who knows how much is truly missing? We don't even know half the story. We don't even know half the story about anything. It's like you're living in this world and you don't know nothing, because you don't know what they're lying about, what they are not lying about. Everything is subject. Everything is subject to question. Everything. Because these people, I mean, if they're going to lie to children, what makes you think they're not going to lie to you? They're sitting up in boardrooms for 12 hours at a time trying to figure out how they can lie to babies about something that was done. They can't even come to children and tell them the truth. And it's all about their future selves. And so you see, these are the things that they are willing to do for their future selves. And we just got to ask ourselves a question. What are we willing to do for our future selves? These are the compromises. These are the things that they're willing to do. This woman in the 1800s was willing to tell all kinds of lies and hide all kinds of facts and truths so she can justify taking certain things out of history and putting certain things in, just so she could make the people in her race feel better about herself and to justify some of the things that were done by the men in her race. And guess what? It has worked. Just like Ken said, in that book, in those McGraw-Hill books, company books, we have all been duped. None of us know true history. I question now. I'm just sitting here thinking, what is truth? What is truth? If this right here, something as blatant as slavery, as documented as slavery, in your face as slavery, if this right here is something that they want to mess with, what else have they bothered? What else have they revised, whitewashed, or whatever else they want to call? What else did they change? What else have been relocated? And that's the part. I want to welcome you someone somewhere. I'm not seeing my folks. I don't know where Amina is. I hope she's okay. But someone somewhere, tell me what you think, my brother. This involuntary relocation thing, man, it's funny because I was looking at a couple of videos and I kept thinking to myself, I don't even know what to believe anymore.
Well, how you doing? First of all,
How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. My view on this topic is I'm not surprised. I mean, I really don't expect anything less from the McGraw Hill Company, any United States standard curriculum. I mean, to be honest, if I don't have any children, but I can't. There's no way possible that I would allow my children to go to public school. I mean, that you just subjecting them to so much misinformation and miseducation. I mean, like, and if they did go to public school, I would try to make it to where they only had the core classes would be like mathematics and the general sciences. It would be no history because, I mean, to be honest, history is not really a standardized um education genre. It's really subjective. It's all based on what evidence that you take into account. So I would only say if my children had to go to public school, I would send them just for the empirical things like the math and the science. But I can't see my children allow my children to go to public school.
And that's the part. You wish you could send your children just for the math and the science and say, okay, I wish we had the right to say, okay, I don't want them to learn your history.
I think to like if you supplement it, it depends on the state, but I think if you supplement um the other areas, I think you can just send them for the core classes. But again, that would and even to get that legislation passed, we could do that. We just have to be organized and like get the bill introduced type things. But I think in some states you can do that.
We have to do something because, to be honest with you, that would be monumental to be able to put our feet down and say, hey, since you guys lie so much about history, this is something in social studies, this is something we don't want you to address with our children. Tell your children lies.
Yeah, but I think that you can only do that if you supplement the subject, like through some type of weekend schooling or homeschooling.
But then it would mean that they would be trying to say, well, we need to know what that's going to be supplemented with.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, but it depends on what you're trying to get though, because like as far as like certifications for and accreditations for like colleges, yeah, that could be something. But I mean, you would have to have a base social studies thing. But like really, to be honest, if you go in and as far as education goes, if you're good enough, like if you go in and take an ACT or SAT, and you get a good score, any college in America will accept you. So it's just we just need to find supplemental things for education. We keep trying to do it the general way, and many other communities around the country don't do it to approach education the way we do. We think that the public education and the state is gonna be get you a good education.
And I agree with you 100%. Someone somewhere and Chaos said something that's true. True history is not found in any book because they write the books, and that's the part.
Yeah, to me, history. I don't think history should be a standardized subject because it's not empirical. It's really history is really just opinion based, to be honest. And what whoever has the most evidence, that's what academia goes with. And the like primary source evidence. But even if you have a bunch of sources saying the same thing, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true though. I mean, if you really literally weren't there, you really can't really justify to see if it's real or not, substantiated. But I mean, you can you can to me personally, history should just be it should be taught for lessons. I don't think it's like as far as like just coming in to remember it because the point of history to me is to learn from things so you can build upon them and evolve your society based on what's happening prior.
So changing the name, okay, going back to the what we're here for, the proposal itself to change the word slavery. When you hear that, what does that do for you? I mean, like,
I mean, to me, I'm not offended by it because regardless of what they, because regardless of how they spin it, even if it passed to where they taught history accurately within their school system, I don't think it's gonna affect their households because they're gonna offset in their community. They're gonna offset whatever teaching that they don't agree with, and they're gonna reinforce whatever teaching they do agree with their children at home. The
which
ones
is
that actually yield power,
something we need to be doing too.
of course, yeah. But I mean, they just don't do things for no purpose. I just think they're doing that just so at the base level they'll try to like weaken what happened because it's a lot of reparations claims being had and all this.
So
So
do
in
you,
the future,
huh,
people will be like, "Oh, it wasn't that bad," type thing.
so you think that the reason that they're doing this is because they're calculating if we could change the name from slavery to involuntary relocation, we could also eventually change some of the aspects of what slavery was
Yeah,
and make their claims weaker.
cause like that
Reparation.
general the French general Napoleon said, history is a bunch of lies agreed upon in most cases. I mean, if you have enough people that are willing to agree with a certain text, then I mean, to me, I see it with a lot of religions. I mean, if you get a certain demographic of people that's willing to agree on a text that really has no type of empirical evidence behind it, then they'll believe it. So that's what they're doing.
And they've done it before, so it's not something new.
Yeah, the
And
whole social Darwinism thing, like they had in the 1800s, they had a whole bunch of pseudoscience that was accepted by academia at that time, like the social Darwinism classifications of the Negroid and all that. That years later, it showed that it had no scientific merit whatsoever. But that was commonplace in academia to be accepted as fact in science. So I mean, it's if when you go down and look through history, a lot of what's happened, like education, again, if it being standardized, bro, the only thing I really care about as far as that is math and science. Everything else is subjective. Science and math is only empirical. Uh,
I think eventually it's gonna be. I don't think our children are safe in school, in a school system, in their systems anymore. I just don't.
oh, definitely, they never
I just
was.
don't really feel like there's any. We're just not safe in a system that has has lied to them or
Of
lied
course.
to us. I don't feel like they're safe.
Yeah, our public school for in any black area for the most part is bad, especially in metropolitan areas. You going from what average of 35 to 30 children per class. The quality of education that our people get within the United States isn't good by the numbers. But that's really on us again. Like I think the onus is on us. We don't value education like that in the United States. We put the majority of our attention, especially even with children, on sports and entertainment. Like you will have a whole community going to a little league football game or a basketball game on the weekend, but the libraries will be empty.
And that's the part. And it's sad because it always goes back to the fact that the reason that they can do some of the things that they do is because we're not we're not united to do the things that we need to do to enforce because they can't do that. They're not going to change certain things as far as what they did to the Chinese. They can't reverse like what they had done to the Chinese. They're not going to change those terms. They're not going to change the language on those things, but they will change the language on what they did to us. And they've
Mm,
been doing that. They
yeah.
wouldn't try that with the Jews.
No, I mean, again, if you go to any Jewish community, they're gonna have their own schools
And that's the part.
9 times out of 10, and it's really not hard to do. Getting the funding, it can be hard at times, but the amount of money that we waste on a daily basis on ancillary things that are not necessities, we could if we value education like that, we could easily make a standardized system of education. Even today, like we have so much access to internet and computers, you can do online schooling,
People get your
things
children
like
to
that.
homeschool. I agree.
Yeah,
And definitely COVID definitely taught us that that is definitely an option.
yeah. We just don't. Our problems reflect on what we are good at, and our problems reflect directly on what we value. We produce the most professional athletes because that's what we value as a community. We produce the most rappers and singers because that's what we value as a community.
So what you're saying is our value system is completely
In general, yeah.
is completely.
Now there is a contingency of our people that still value education, but it's nowhere near what it used to be.
Do you have a sense that maybe most of the people that do value education is not giving back to the community? It's not going back into our community per se to plant that seed?
Um, it's a double-edged sword because like the people that when I see, because I don't like making generalizations, but
Right.
the people that I see growing up that value the education, they didn't. It wasn't. It was like they valued like the academia, like the standard American academia type education. If it didn't align with that, they weren't doing it. But that's just as bad because regardless, either you're gonna get brainwashed getting their education to a T, or you're gonna be lacking if you don't get any. So I mean, that's where it becomes we got to have our own schools. But the people that I seen that value education, they weren't trying to be like have independent education type thing. What the dude from Philadelphia was trying to do
Do
with
you
his
mean
own school.
what's his name? Dr. Umar?
Yeah, that I didn't. I've never seen. I never seen. Well, I did, but
And
it
that's another
wasn't as
aspect.
radical.
When you feel like there is hope and somebody actually is going to do something, that does not happen.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. I think because and they do have schools out. I think in Philadelphia, it's called the Imhotep Institute. They have a good they have good like independent. I don't know if it's directly independent, but I know it's a good school. I know it's black owned. I know
We
they
need
got a
schools
school in
popping up.
LA too.
But like you said, even with our schools, we still have to submit to their curriculum.
Yeah, but it depends though. You have to have certain um level of like I
There's a
think core.
criteria that still
Yeah.
needs to be met for you to be able to go to college or
Yeah. But again, if you go like as far as the college thing goes, if you go take an ACT, SAT, and you score high enough, you'll be accepted in any like with the core curriculum. But yeah, you will. But that's just the standard thing. Like I don't think that they're going into people's curriculum and um necessarily putting okay, this right here has to be in there, this right here has to be in there, depending state by state. I just think you need to have the
the basic.
genre marked off. I don't think they're gonna go into the meat and potatoes of what you're really learning because when I went to school, like I went to school in different states. So what I learned in social studies in some states, it was like so when I was in Illinois, uh in my primary years, we the what we learned compared to another state when I went to Georgia, it was different. And like we were ahead in Illinois as far as like the time thing. So it just fluctuates. It depends state by state what you're doing. But I think if you provide the like if you're getting peer reviewed first source text, they can't dispute that. It's not disputable.
So let me ask you something. When you were in school, did you learn what did you learn about history? Or, because I think you were school, you were definitely in school after me. What did you learn about Africa? I mean, outside of what you learned after on your own, reading, studying on your own, what were you learning? I'm just trying to see what the difference was because when I was in school, I don't remember getting anything or learning anything about Africa or true
Um,
African history.
well, from what I can remember, we definitely learned about Egypt. Um, it wasn't any like the only really thing there wasn't anything pre-colonial about African textbooks. Um, because really, I mean, really, we didn't learn everything we learned was really general. If it wasn't the United States, as far as the primary years. Now, when I got up in age, yeah, it started to get more in depth, but it was really more focused on the United States and like all the world wars and things of that nature. They don't really give any like when
They didn't
when my
teach
school.
you at all about slavery. I
Yeah, they did. They
thought
talked to me about slavery. I don't consider slavery African history though, like pre-colonial, because it's not pre-colonial to me.
But
I
what do you remember about that? What do you even remember? what that was like, or what that lesson was like, or
I mean, to me, because like I grew up already. Like when I was a kid, I was taken to the Martin Luther King museums and all that stuff. So I had before I even went to
so you had an
primary school,
outside
I had
understanding.
a general understanding of what it was and what the people went through. I mean, when I learned about it, it just made me more mad. It didn't make me feel bad about myself. It made me just feel like white people was just cruel. And didn't like I mean, as far as like, cause even when cause I really grew up seeing I like black people that achieved a lot as far as academics. So I didn't really feel no like low self-esteem type stuff as far as race is concerned.
And that's because you had somebody taking you, making sure that you had some knowledge of that, and that's really a good thing.
Yeah.
You see, it's much different when you're getting that knowledge from someone like you,
Mm-hmm.
directing you in a way to see it. Then let's say you're sitting in a class and your teacher's white and they're giving it to you in a way of maybe in a way that brings you down, or to make you feel bad about the whole thing. Because I remember feeling really, I remember that instinctively, that I felt like I just wanted to fade in the wall.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good feeling. It was just, yeah, like, yeah, it was like, yeah, we took you from the darkness. We took, we and brought them to light.
Yeah.
I remember even I remember her talking about Christianity and how, and I was just sitting there like, what?
Well, yeah, it was a lot of like, cause when I was in school, I mean, I used to correct the teachers all the time
So
about
you see,
little stuff
that
they would
is the
say.
difference, and that is what we need. We need, and your parents did it, or I'm not sure whom, but they did a great job of giving you the weapons needed to be able to go to school, because this is another aspect of, this is a good example of why we need to make sure that we're giving our children the necessary tools. Because yes, the reason that you were going back and forth with them was because you knew something outside of what they were trying to give you.
Yeah.
And so in your mind, you were like, okay, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true. What you're saying is not true. So, I'm going to question that. And,
Mm-hmm.
and I think this is where we need to be. This is how our children need to be. And especially if we're going to be living in this cipher, we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice. And even if you don't have the money to and you don't have the knowledge to teach your children, hey, there you have YouTube now. Put on some Dr. Amos Wilson. Put on some, put some people on that do have some knowledge, some history, some understanding of something, and let them learn. And that will reinforce within them the wanting to maybe get the books and getting more information. We have to
Yeah.
do it, because because I know that there are parents out there that maybe don't even know themselves.
Yeah, that's really the bad part about it.
But even if you don't know yourself, put on some YouTube videos, look for some names like, Dr. Henry Clark, look for Amos Wilson, look for anybody that you could look for.
Yeah, but I think if they don't really know themselves, it's gonna be hard for them to even know those type of people.
Man, there's got to be a way. I mean, to be
No, it
honest,
does, but to me, that's on us. That's
we
the
find
burden
the
is on
things
us
that
that know.
we don't want to find. We find the things that we want to find. Like you said, we know how to get to the music. We know how to get to the clothes. We know how to get to the materialistic things. It's going to be our responsibility to get our children the things they need to propel them. Like you said earlier, someone somewhere, it's our responsibility. It's our fault.
Yeah.
We don't have anyone else to blame if our children are not making it, or if they're falling into these traps that are being built for them.
The ones of us that I think the burden should be, because some people will be receptive, some won't. But if you know, like as far as some literature or some teachings that will benefit the next person, then it's on us to convey that to those people that wouldn't know. Because some people really don't know what they don't know.
Okay. So Kwame, you're breathing hard. That's why I was muting you. Tell me what you think, Kwame. Welcome to the discussion. What would you like to share?
Sorry about that. Very sorry about that. Puffed out. Sorry about that. Very sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You can turn your volume down. It's kind of loud. Let me.
All right, sure, I'll do that.
Okay, so we can hear you better. All right. So, what do you think, Kwame? What do you think? As far as you're concerned, I want to ask you something. What do you guys call in Africa? What do you guys call it slavery, or are you taught about slavery, or is it called by another name? What do you think about this term that they're trying to replace slavery with, involuntary relocation?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Gina, slavery we can never replace it because it's a crime against humanity.
Wow, yeah, that's it. That was profound. That is true. I think that you're right. It's something that was done against humanity. So what makes you think that you could replace it? I think what he just said says a lot, and it's true. I think it's true. It's astounding to me that these people are coming together trying to change something that happened to so many people. it's like, it's amazing that's even like a thought for them.
Yeah, what you said earlier about like the quote unquote Jewish people, like
Mhm.
when I was in school, like we had to go to the Holocaust Museum. Like
Yes.
it wasn't no you
If
couldn't you
you have
couldn't
no
say
choice,
nothing bad about none of that, nothing.
nothing.
Like
And that's the part. And so for us, slavery was our Holocaust. So it's like hands off. And that should be the thing. But it seems like with when it comes to us and the things that's happened to us, no respect, no respect. And we have to demand respect for that. It cannot be overshadowed by anything, not even how it makes their children feel about themselves. We don't care.
yeah,
That's not something that we need to be. We should have no adjustments to be made. There are no fucks to be given for that,
yeah.
and that's how we have to feel. That's how we have to address it. I promise you, pay attention to this because I'm telling you, in 2010, they had a couple of other things they wanted to make changes to. A couple of folks spoke up. They quietly replaced those people and made those changes that they wanted to change. So don't be surprised if the term slavery is no longer in the school textbooks. And if they replace them in the textbooks, they remove that verbiage in the textbooks. They could in turn remove it in the laws in a couple of years.
Yeah, I forgot what they tried to do this. Like, so they would call it some workers. I forgot the term they put in front of workers, but they tried to do it with something called some workers before. I forgot what year too, but yeah, it don't surprise me. I just think we gotta force like the awareness and get the further back for education. Like even when we were first becoming literate after allowed to be literate after Reconstruction, like we had an education in the Renaissance, and that just dissipated. But we got to get back to making literacy the number one thing, and really STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. If we do
I
that, we'll be fine.
I think you're right, and I think we really need to start being really loud about these things. Like right now, I think everybody needs to be talking about this. It's funny because our young people, I feel like, have taken it on, but older people, I feel like, need to be addressing it just as much. I was very happy to see. I went into TikTok and I saw quite a few people speaking on it, and this is something that these millennials, they're not playing. They're on it, and I definitely would like to see a lot of us, older people, really paying attention to this stuff and supporting the younger people, making sure that our voices are being heard just as much, because yeah, this matters, y'all. This is this is not a small thing. And I for one would not like to have my children come home and say, oh, today we learned about involuntary relocation.
Yeah,
What the hell is that?
that's crazy.
So Kwame, I see that you're back. I'm sorry you got cut off. What were you saying? I don't know what's going on with Kwame.
Malfunction.
I'm not going to be here long. If you guys don't want to come on in and speak on this, this is not really a long subject for me. It's really straightforward. The straightforward to it is this. They've been changing history for us since the beginning of time. And if you think about it, this is one of the biggest issues that we have with the other races, not just the European race. All other races tend to want to take our history. When you think about the Egyptians, you have a whole bunch of people in Egypt that are trying to make it seem like the Egyptians weren't black when we know they were. You have a whole bunch of folks everywhere just not wanting to give us our history. So, this is not a small thing. When they say they want to change this term slavery, this is something that we're all just starting to really take possession of. And it's funny because when we didn't take possession of it, it wasn't an issue. They was all in the books and nobody cared. But now that we're taking possession of it and we're saying, okay, this happened to us and we want you to recognize what was done to us as a people. And it goes back to what someone somewhere says, this might be what they're doing now because people are speaking on the fact that reparations is due because of slavery. And so now they just don't want to hear it no more in school. They don't want their children to be they don't want their children to even hear the words, So think about it. A lot of people are just now starting to wrap their heads around or feel comfortable about talking about slavery and really getting into the ins and outs of what really happened and really starting to communicate with people on the continent or what happened, and we're getting both sides of it. It's just really strange at this time, that this is when they want to make that move. And it's not strange. It's really, it seems to me like this would be the perfect time for them to try to do that, because this is, again, them trying to stop us from being able to move forward and grow the way that we're growing, expand how we're expanding. So they want to make sure that our children, they want to stunt the growth. Basically, we can't let them do that. It's not even an option. This word slavery, it's not just a word for us. It's our identity. That's what our people became when they took them across those oceans. It's not a good feeling, but at the same time, it's ours and they can't fuck with it. I'm sorry. I'm going to welcome Ageless Wisdom Speaks to the discussion. Sis, welcome. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about. I would like to give you an opportunity to let you chime in now. Welcome.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings.
Thank you for allowing us to come and share our thoughts. This is the first time I've heard of this. So I'm actually a little blown away because, like as others had mentioned before, that to change slavery is to pretty much cover up the crimes against humanity. So us being awakened to us recognizing that we are more than what the slave masters, the colonizers, their institutions, whether it's educational, political, or religious institutions, label us, that we have had the opportunity to research on our own and know that we are a very significant and relevant and valuable people with rather our nobility, royalty comes from a mud hut to a palace. We are the people who are to become reckoned with. And the enemy only attacks those who are a threat to them. So for our people to have been attacked in such great, horrific ways, then that shows us it's not about supremacy of what they label them, but the divine identity that our people hold. and they are more afraid of us than we should ever be of them. So, in order to take slavery, that's kind of like how they used to say, um, out of sight, out of mind. So, if you remove the word, then you lessen the ability to actually ask for what? Reparations, restorations, and read all of this. So we should be concerned, but we're not to look to them to validate what we can come together and recognize what we can do for ourselves. I think that's one of the biggest problems is that we continuously want the people who has exploited us, demise us, mistreat us, and do all type of evil to us, even as it is this day, to validate, to listen to us, and make changes because we desire it. But these people have become rich by the exploitation and the demise and the mistreatment of our people. So to get them to the self-appointed position that they're in, they are in no wise or in no reason, going to give us what it is that we need to pull up our own bootstraps. So I notice when I talk to the divine ancestors and the divine spirit, they're definitely letting us know that we as a people who have been gifted with so much power, when you recognize you have the power, you need no validation from your enemies. So when we realize, it's kind of like when you buy an outfit, and some people try it on, and some people are able to look at it and know that they can fit it.
Yes.
So when we come back to the knowledge of our truth, then we know it belongs to us. So why do we need to go and get validation from a people who has no purpose in exalting us or acknowledging us? When you see a woman in a nice outfit or a man in a nice outfit, you give them a compliment. You don't run to the store where they bought it and say you made good clothes. So we as a people, when we recognize something that belongs to us, we now have to take it, apply it so we can multiply it and we can move in it. And if you come to the real consciousness of our people, our allies is not necessarily in the weapons of war that our enemies have created, because our allies happen to be the elements, to be the first mothers and to be the first fathers that is to institute civilization. That means that we, especially the mothers, because in my learning from the ancestors, the divine feminine energy was first, because she is the portal that the I guess you would call the solar or the cosmic energy comes through. And since she's going to be the first protector in the womb, she's going to be the first provider in her womb. She's going to be the first counselor in her womb. She's going to be the first nurturer in her womb. So that means before a mother, even in the animal kingdom, brings forth life, they prepare a nest and they make sure that everything that is going to be necessary to sustain that life and maintain that life is going to be valuable. So that means the divine consciousness knows that you got to teach the woman and you have to gift her to be able to communicate not only with the land, but everything that crawls on it, walks up on it, and everything that flies in the air, because she's going to be the representation and completion of the divine feminine trinity. So if we can recognize that the universe is a cosmic black womb, then we don't have a problem recognizing that mother nature. Then that means these two entities that are really just one has to now come together and produce a tangible evidence of themselves. And so they create a woman. and they were able to feed into her. They were able to educate her and give her the wisdom that is going to take not only to maintain and sustain her own generation, but to make sure that even the animal kingdom and the well, whether they're birds or reptiles or whatever the case may be. It's kind of like that proverb how they said if you give a man a book, you teach one. But if you give a woman a book, she'll teach a nation, right? So in this being removing slavery, we are to be concerned, but we're not going to be concerned to the point to believe that they're going to make any changes that is going to be beneficial for us. So we have to be able to utilize our own communities and utilize the ability of the awakening of putting back the original spirituality of our ancestors who can not only hear us but mandate us to speak what it is that we desire because it's what the universe desires because our time of suffering is up. So all we have to do is recognize the ability and the power that we have. And then we, like I said, that we receive it, apply it, and then we'll multiply it, and the universe will confirm it. So it's like we must recognize that we have to go back for our true African and indigenous identity. We have to be able to go back to our African or indigenous roots. We have to be able to go back for our African and indigenous dignity. We have to be able to go back and take over the narratives of our lives and for our people. We have to be able to go back for our own words of inspiration. We have to be able to go back for they would call like the apocalyptic future for our own inspirations. We have to be able to go back for our own economic development that is going to be rooted in the communal sense. And we have to be able to go back for our own African and indigenous family tree. And we have to be able to go back for our African and indigenous names because they had power. They just wasn't a name. They represent our identity for our divine destiny and our legacy. And we have to be able to go back for our own African royal and indigenous ministry, not the indoctrinations of the religions, that they have brought over. And it's unfortunate that we weren't satisfied what was given to us freely. All it took was one to get another one to follow and desire what the foreigners had. And they not longer wanted to sustain and maintain and protect and support Mama's law, so it's so much, but I don't want to get off subject, but staying on subject, but at the same time I'm just being guided by the spirit to release all of that was coming out, and I just give you thanks and I give acknowledgement for you allowing me to speak as I have been spoken so far. And so with that I'm complete and let somebody else speak.
Thank you, sis. And so I really appreciate what you shared with us. Something you said, we have to be willing to go back. We have to be willing to go back. And it's funny, and to be willing to go back, we have to be willing to let go.
Yes. Yes.
And for me, that's saying a lot. And I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny because we talk about the system, we talk about all these lies, we talk about all these things they're doing to us. We talk about the food that's poisoned. We talk about the fact that we're in a rat race. We work and we pay bills. That's all we talk about. All these things. And are we willing to let go?
Sacrifice. That's the only acceptable sacrifice, that we would have to be willing to let go what we've gained in this material world and be able to be guided by the divine spirit and then receive the materials that are significant and relevant for our survival. But
And
you,
the thing about letting go is once you let go, well, are they willing to let go of us? Because I've noticed this. I've noticed that when we let go, they're not willing to let go of us.
true. That's true. That is true. And that's exactly what even when we recognize when we let go, we're letting go of the energy that we fed into them. And that's the reason why we must recognize that we don't have the military, we don't have the power that they have to actually continue the enslavement. But at the same time, if you're doing it from a spiritual consciousness and and reconnecting back to our divine spirituality, this is the time that we will be confirmed and protected. There's always going to be casualties of war, but just like they had not been able to enslave us all, disrespect us all, and kill us all, in order to cross over because we release and we sacrifice and we let go of the energy that's holding us and bonding us together, holding on to things that we must be able to sacrifice. I mean, I am a living witness because on this journey, when the divine ancestors and the mother speaks to me, I've accumulated a lot of things on my journey. You know, I've walked with no shoes on my feet, with no money in my hand, and they tell me to go to another place, another city, another location, and I had to leave everything that I actually have accumulated and have become attachment simply because of the convenience of being able to have these things. But that's where the truth is when you're actually really communicating and you really know that you're communicating with the source that can provide everything that it is that you need, then you don't have a problem of letting go because not only on your journey you're going to be provided for, but when you get to your next destination, whatever you gave up then, you will get even more simply because you walked in obedience. And that happened to me like 4 times. Now I'm someplace where I even have more than the more that I ever had before. And now the ancestors are telling me again, it's been a long time, but they're telling me, uh-oh, I'm saying oh, but it's
Right.
time to let go.
Right.
And so I was like, wow. I'm like, what? And I mean, it's like I have so much, but I already know if I let go, then whatever I give away or whatever, it's going to be replaced. But when you say yes to your
When you
calling,
say let go, though, do you think that I want to ask you this, and then I'm going to come to you, Dorafel. Thank you for being so patient. When do you think that it's going to be necessary for the children of Akubulan, the children of Africa, to basically walk away from these spaces that they took us to? Do you think that that's going to be the thing that needs to happen, that we need to just turn away from these spaces and go find our way to the spaces that they took us away from? Do you think that that's
well,
what happen?
oh yes, simply because, whew, look at okay, look how we got over here. I mean, we was living in our villages, our palaces, um, without a care in the world. But they came and they snatched us and they put us in dungeons and then they put us in ships and they took us to foreign lands. But even in those foreign lands, we were already there. But those who actually crossed over. And then look at some of our indigenous family who got caught up in the trail of tears. Look at the exodus that has happened to a lot of our African countries when they're trying to find a place where they can feel like they can survive. But look at the roots of our our people had what is known as a rites of passage. And a rites of passage from a child to a young child to an adult to an elder is very significant and relevant. And you have to prove yourself mature enough to be able to cross over from one state of mind and responsibilities and accountabilities. We have not been living according to rites of passage. And so, in order for us to be able to cross over into a mindset of utilizing our suffering and everything that we went through for the purpose of being witnesses and to be judges on behalf of the crimes against humanity, we're going to have to go through a rites of passage in the wilderness because some of us are so attached to the material things, and some of us are so attached to the food that we consume that is not good for us. We have some great strongholds of attachments, and because our allies are the elements, if you don't understand that the divine spirit is kind of like how they in their bibles they refer to us like sheep, and when sheep are scattered across the land, then you send in, I guess you would call a sheepdog, to go in and start nipping at the hooves so the sheep can start coming in together as one fold so they can be led back into one fold, and that the shepherd can actually, attend to them and make sure that they're safe at night. Okay, so we as a people who are scattered all over the place, and we have false prophets, false preachers, and false teachers who's supposed to be guiding us, but are more like guiding their pocketbooks and their purses and their, bank accounts and this, that, and the other. Then, but we still have a greater shepherd, which is the divine mother in her wisdom, who is going to make sure that her military to start. That's the reason why you're starting to see the earthquakes and the destructions in the earth and everything. Because the more land that you break off, the smaller it gets. And that means we as a people are starting to come closer and closer together to be guided on a pathway that is going to allow those who are serious about being a part of the so-called new kingdom, that the New World Order, they're already made plans, okay? But there's a higher plan that is being made for us. And it's very important that we have an ear to hear and understand, and eyes to see and perceive, and most importantly, a heart to be receptive to the silent voice or even sometimes a roar that is coming our way to let us know that whatever it is that we're focused on, to make things happen for ourselves is out of our control now, simply because we don't have the power among ourselves, but we have it embraced around us when we recognize that the divine spirit is getting ready to take us on a journey, and we have to be prepared for that position. And maybe we can talk about that a little deeper another time. But with that, I'm complete.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So, Dorfel, I'm sorry if I mispronounced Dorfel. Thank you for being here. Oh, okay. As you can see, this discussion kind of strayed away, but we are talking about, and I'm going to put everybody else. It looks like you may have, I'm going to put you on mute, Dorfel. You may have the YouTube on. You might want to turn that off while you are on StreamYard, so you won't hear the echo.
No, I don't have anything else on.
Okay, so welcome, and go ahead and tell me what you think about what we're talking about. What would you like to contribute? As you can see, we're talking about the proposal to change the word slavery into involuntary relocation, and yeah. You're welcome.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah, I just switched my Wi-Fi because my Wi-Fi is acting up with it. First of all, I like to ask I can't remember her name because the comment is covering her.
Oh, let me move the comment. for you. There it is.
Yeah, ageless wisdom. I just want to know if Dr. Horn is going to be on this week.
I don't think he's going to be on this week, so you already recognize my voice.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I certainly do. Yeah, because I thought he was supposed to come on weekly, or
No, he did a 5-week series, and that is over. But we do expect him back, but I'm not necessarily know exactly when.
oh, okay, all right. Well, thank you for answering that question. But as you can see in my comment that I put, the thing is that you have a people who don't want to have the atrocities that they've committed. They don't want to be reminded of those atrocities.
Yeah.
So what we have here is, I don't know how, it's probably many of you all who have grown up in the 70s during the time when Alex Haley Roots came out. So we got about a 30-year, generation that has grown up after Roots. Now, if you grew up during that time in the 70s when Roots came out, you would have noticed that after it came out, white people were so nice to black people at that time.
Yeah.
Didn't last very long, though. It didn't last very long, but
not long.
it did. They did treat us nicer for a time. So now we have generations, 3 generations that have grown up, not familiar with that, especially white folks. They not familiar with Roots, not familiar with, at least in this country, because we look at the reparations a worldwide topic now. So it's not just, here in America, but it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So this is why we're seeing them wanting to push back and rebrand it, is because of the reparations conversation that, is gaining steam, because this has been a conversation ever since after the Civil War ended, okay, about us getting reparations. This has been a topic for, since 18.
Right. Yep.
Right. So it's nothing new, but it's gaining more popularity now. So because it's gaining more popularity now we're seeing that they're wanting to, change the conversation a bit, or make some moves to, try to get the Clarence Thomases, and I just saw the other guy. He made a Vance, the guy on CNN.
Yeah.
He was talking about he don't agree with reparations either. Something.
The black guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Him. So I'm like, even because if you look at it, I was just reading in a book that the reparations that the slave owners got after the Civil War was just paid. Our government just finished paying those benefits out about 20 years ago. So you had people who were still getting paid for reparations for losing their slaves, but we don't deserve any. What sense does that make?
I didn't even know that. That is amazing.
Yes, that's ridiculous. And plus, on top of that, they're still paying. Germans are still paying Jews reparations. America's paying reparations when we didn't even do anything to the Jews. So why are we paying them reparations? So it's crazy. But you feel that you don't owe us anything, which is mind-boggling.
So right now, what you're saying, what they're trying to do is basically they're whitewashing it, so they don't have to do none of that. They don't have to deal with that, hear about it, children hear about it. That's really what I think.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you just tweak it a little bit, because that's what they've done all throughout history. They just tweak stuff just a little bit. Okay, to get your mind off the book. Throw a Clarence Thomas up there, or a Kanye West, who says, oh, he pretty much said that we what's the thing again called? What is it called again? The
He said slavery was a choice.
Yeah,
It
basically.
was a choice. Yeah.
Right. So basically, the involuntary migration, what the cops. So you get some people like that on the platform to draw attention away, or to because you're going to get pale people to follow the ignorance like that, because they're just going to be ignorant, and
it's beneficial to them as well. Why not?
True. Correct.
It's beneficial. Why not follow it? It definitely makes them feel good about their history.
Right. I hope if anyone has had the time to watch the series that's on Showtime, The Man Who Fell to Earth, it is so apropos to what the conversation, this last episode that they had on that particular series. They have the guy he came from another planet, came to Earth. It's a black guy. He was called a drone. The adepts, I assume, are all white, because the guy that he was dealing with or talking to, who came to the planet before he got here, is white, and he's an adept, and he was a drone. So all the drones do all the work. The drones do everything. So they're having a conversation, and come to find out that they're going to leave all the drones on the planet because their planet is dying, and they're going to bring all the adepts here to the Earth and leave the drones on the dying planet. And he's like, well, wait a minute now. How you gonna leave them on the planet, and you're just gonna bring your people? And I assume all of the adepts are white, because that's what they showed pretty much, and the when they showed it. So he's talking about. He said, well, the adept guy was talking to the drone guy that's here on Earth, and he's telling him that, hey, I taught you everything. He said, well, wait a minute. You didn't teach me anything. Our people taught you everything. So it's the exact reverse situation of what we've done. So it's telling us, or it's giving you a vision of what we have actually done. So we've taught them everything. They haven't taught us anything, because everything they stole from us. They stole from the motherland, or we got here and we made inventions to improve conditions for it. They stole those inventions from us.
They stole us from the motherland and all inventions from the motherland.
Right. So it's an interesting show. So if anyone has the time out, or it's just interesting how that dynamic plays out even in that show. And it just blew my mind on that last episode that they showed that, and that it's just mind-boggling. But as we see today, they're trying to get off of the planet anyways and leave us all here. So
they know something that we don't. They know something that we don't. And it's funny, because it's like, what's the rush? And everybody's trying to get out of here. Especially that, what's his name? Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yeah.
All I know is they're trying to get out of here, but at the same time, there's this intense thing where they're still trying to control here. So I don't know if they're just trying to give us this illusion that they're trying to get out of here, because they're still trying to have so much impact in controlling everything. You see what they're doing on the continent. Everybody's still trying to get a foothold of the continent. Everybody's still scrambling to get as much as they can off the continent, and not just on the continent. They're in Haiti. They're all in the Caribbean. They're still doing what they've been doing. They're still scrambling, trying to get as much as they can everywhere. These people, it's like this is all they do. I've never seen I've never seen humans. You can never equate humans like parasites. These people are definitely parasitic.
Yes. May I take the mic for a second?
Sure.
Um, what's his name? Dora Fell.
Yeah.
He had mentioned what's the name of the show? Something about somebody falling from heaven or something.
Yeah. He said the
Oh.
man who fell from earth. Fell to earth. The man who fell to
Okay, yeah. So I was talking to Baba Brown, um, the host of the platform that I do co-hosting, co-producing, and all kind of stuff on. He was telling me about that program, and he has gotten deep into it. And he was telling me that I needed to watch it because he said for some reason, when he watches it, he always thinks of me. So I told him I don't have cable, so I would have to actually find another way to watch it, but it's only on cable. But I am now that he's mentioning, I think things in synchronicity. When something comes to me more than once and it's a confirmation or I heard it before, I believe that the ancestors have guided me to I need to look at this because as all of us, when we have some type of divine consciousness, we can watch um, the detainment or what they call entertainment, but it's more of a distraction and it's actually created to desensitize us on certain things. So when we associate it with entertainment, we don't necessarily take it seriously, but they are actually communicating among themselves and showing us what their agenda and what they plan on doing. But we have asphyxiated our mind to see it more as an entertainment than an actual platform of what they use to communicate among them each. And before they communicate among themselves, like we use the African drums. Like only the trained person who knows how to beat the drum can interpret the drum and then they share that with others. But it's not for the language of your regular people, but it's a form of communication. So the enemy knows to do that as well. So when we talk about um, then whether they are trying to plan to escape this, when we look at the astronauts, whether they have went to the moon or not, which I truly still don't believe they actually have gone there. But I remember the divine spirit revealing to me that they're actually trying to break the ceiling. Because some people believe in the globe and some people believe in flat. But there's a divine spirit that has created such a powerful universe is not going to have um, the defilement of create the creations in the man's mind to be able to defile the universe. So we're like in an egg, like the orbits that we're in. Like the woman when she give birth, she already is born with every child that she can ever have because that's what eggs consist of. But it's kind of the same way. They know that they are limited to just how far their ignorance can go. So they're always creating these rockets to try to break through the ceiling, this dome that we're in. And you know, they're talking about these space trips and this, that, and the other. And the movies that they make, War of the Worlds and stuff. These people, just because they have created all these different satellites up there to create holographic images to put fear and everything. This is exactly what they really want to do. They want to be able to go relocate in another location out there in space so they can destroy this planet because they just really cannot have full control, even though they appear to look like they have control now. They hate us and despise us so much that they rather see the earth destroyed than
then
for
to
us
leave
to be put
yours.
back. Yeah.
than to leave it for us.
What you say?
I said they rather distort it than to leave it for us.
Oh yes, yes, but the divine appointed us first, so she's not going to allow them to have that done. No, no, unfortunately.
Let me ask you something, Aegis Wisdom. Now, I want to ask you this. This is off topic, but I guess we've been off topic for a minute. We already know what the deal is with this involuntary relocation thing. This is nothing new. This is something that they've been doing. They've been changing things on us for a minute. I think this goes in line with that, but it's a little off. What happened to us? What happened to us as a people that made us so open to being captured?
Can I answer
It
that?
sounds like Doriel would like to answer that first.
Okay.
I got one word that I answer it. Consumerism.
Yeah, that's part of it. Is that
We just wanted the shiny things, the material things. I've said that before. I didn't want to believe it was that basic. I wanted to believe that it was something more, something spiritual or something deeper that happened. No.
Yes, I can actually answer the question as you answered me, because I asked the same question once I realized I was communicating with the divine spirit of truth. I asked what happened. I mean, how can such a great people fall to such a low degree? And that's when she started revealing to me, in the beginning, was mother's rule, or what we call matrilineal kinship, matriarchal society, and how a lot of cultures are able to recognize that the wisdom of the woman is more significant than the muscle of a man. So when we acknowledge that the mother, when you speak of the word God, the definition of being able to create was only referred to the divine feminine. Before, and we wouldn't use that word God, but just the source of life, then you are the highest esteem. So when the divine feminine, who would appoint her co-regent, which would be either her brother or her brother's sons, because in some of the African villages and the indigenous villages, every young man has the potential to be taught how to prepare to be a king, well, a protector of mother's law, a protector of her essence of being the mother and the life giver, sustainer, and the wisdom thereof. So, long story short, when foreigners who come in who disrespect their women, pull them by the hair, just do all type of awful things, and they come in and they see the authority of the melanated woman, they're automatically already triggered, because this is not the type of position that they would allow their women. And then to see the men protect her and support her and uplift her, and put her first, that was not acceptable to them as well. But all it takes is one son to look and see something different among them that he doesn't have. That means he stepped outside of gratefulness, being content and grateful for what he freely had, and then turn around and desire something that he didn't have and not consider the complications that he was going to have, because he was no more satisfied with mama's rule and the things that were freely given to him. So that little part in the Bible says, "Thou shalt not want." That is the root problem of what happened. We started not being grateful for what we had, and we saw something different and desired it, and we were started wanting something that was not meant for us, because if we're supposed to be the leaders and the teachers, everything at our disposal that is needed to keep us in the divine position that we had was already available. And to be now what was freely given to us, now we have to pay for it, not only by monetary substance, but even with our lives. But it just took a disagreeable to be agreeable with them, and the suppression of the position of the woman and her ability to utilize her emotions and her feelings for the purpose of strategic teachings to maintain and sustain life. This is why we're where we're at. And this is the reason why you're seeing more women getting in position, because this paradigm shift is not about creating a new will, because everything that was created from the beginning was perfect from its beginning. So we are being reestablished to the perfect order that was from the beginning. And it's not about a dominant position, it's about a position of correction, because we had more than enough time to recognize observation to now be shifted in a position of participating and knowing the difference of the two. So we are going to be utilizing our suffering for the purpose of uplifting. And with that, I'm complete.
So what I got from you was that we wanted something bad. We turned away from the way that we wanted what others had, and we turned our back on the ways that we had, because we wanted.
Yeah, so basically, like I said, consumerism and consumption.
Oh, so I think it was to me it was a culmination of things. Um, I think due to our isolation as far as geography is concerned,
Mhm.
our military technology wasn't up to par with the people that we were coming to encounter with. We also had a large element of naivety, and we weren't familiar with these people. So then when we did embrace them, we didn't see their ulterior motives. And of course, what the sister and the brother said is definitely correct. Then the greed and consumerism came in, because I mean, you selling people for umbrellas and rum and mirrors, like that's little trinkets. That's crazy. But yeah, then embracing the of course the religion and even the way of governance. So yeah, I think it was a culmination of all the things, and that led to the perfect storm.
And the consumption, let's not leave that out. The
Oh
consumption is
yeah,
mainly alcohol. Okay,
yeah.
that's what you're us with, alcohol.
And I've always known that. It's funny because it's like I've in my heart I feel like, and these are the still these are the things that tie us.
Yes, exactly. Because we're not teaching us anything. None of us are teaching ourselves or anybody else anything. All we're doing is confirming and bringing things back to our remembrance.
So let me ask you.
And this this even proves what I'm saying even further, because none of us want to leave America because of what it can give us. None of us want to go to the motherland because of what we can get here.
No. Not me. I've been ready to go.
Because we're afraid of what we're not going to have there.
It's been a lulling to sleep.
But I have to
It's
tell
the
you something.
comfortability.
It's for me. It's not being afraid of what I'm not going to have there. It's because I'm afraid of what they're doing to themselves there. I'm afraid of us just as I am afraid of them. And that's just from learning about us and what we're capable of doing to ourselves. I have to be completely honest. It's not even just a fear of them. I'm afraid of us because of our brutality towards us.
But this is the proof of what I'm going to prove to you.
Yeah.
I live in an apartment complex, and I drive a BMW and spend $500 on a Gucci or Chanel handbag. I can't do that over there. While I live in an apartment complex and I don't own a home. See, that's consumerism. Our priorities are not right. I should own a home, especially if I'm driving a BMW.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. You should own a home. We're all not living like you here.
But in general, he does have a point. Our
Yeah,
priorities
I
are
get what he's saying,
definitely
but that's
in the
not.
wrong.
You see, some of us have that, and then some of us we're just afraid of being around. Like I'm from Haiti, so maybe that my perspective is different. My perspective is I see the violence. I see the lack of care for children. I see how women are treated in those safe spaces. And the more I learn about spaces where Black men are in power, I feel unsafe. And I'm
Can I go? Can I live there? And at 2:00 in the morning, if I so desire, go to Walmart. That's open 24 hours a day and buy whatever I want.
You're talking about in Africa? There's a lot of safe places in Africa. And by you having an apartment and the money that you spend on an apartment and driving a BMW, if you go to Africa, you would actually have a house, probably a 4-bedroom house, and maybe quite a few vehicles if you're making that kind of money. It all depends on who you're communicating with before you go there. Because you just go.
It's not about my personal safety. Let me get this clear. Let me make this clear. It's not about my personal safety. I could probably go there and build myself a really nice house with a really tall wall and have a guard and all that other stuff. And I could probably be as safe as I could be. I don't want to be in a space where children are being mistreated, even if they're not mine. I don't want to be in a place where women are being muled, even if they're not my sisters. Literally my sisters. I don't like the aspect of like, and I'm not just talking about Africa, I'm talking about like Haiti or Jamaica, or anywhere where children are not being cared for or women are being muled. I don't like that. And it's funny because remember when I spoke to you earlier, I had asked that question, like what went wrong? In my mind, I'm thinking what went wrong was how we started treating each other. Like for me, the materialism and all of that probably came after. I feel like our value system, we lost our value system. We didn't value ourselves because I don't think our children are being valued in places like Africa or in Haiti. Not truly. I mean, there are people that value their children, but it's like in a caste type of thing. If you have money, then your children are valued, or if you are a certain group of people, but then it's like you could walk somewhere and you see certain people's children with no shoes on and they're hawking whatever to try to survive. Like I don't want to be a part of that system where I'm doing okay and then others are not. And it's sad. Please put yourself because there's some I don't know what that is in the background. But I don't know if others heard me, but I mean this from the depths of my soul. It makes me mad that I feel like children are safer here than they underneath a white man's rule than they are underneath a Black man's rule. And in places like Haiti, in places like Africa, because these places, children are even more unsafe. Women are muled more, are treated like mules. And it's not about how I'm going to be treated, because I know I've got that American dollar. I could go down there and make myself real safe. It's not about how I'm going to be treated or my safety or my children's safety. It's about how those humans are being treated. And I don't know how to wrap my head around that. I don't.
Well, that's the one thing about what the divine spirit is revealing to me, the reason why she has to raise her daughters up and get them back in their position of authority against tyrants. When it comes to children, the mother, the lioness, is more powerful than the lion. Um, when we can actually see the problem and recognize that we are the solution to the problem, there should be no fear. It would actually come down to the question, are you ready to sacrifice your body for the purpose of lifting your voice on behalf to make sure that the situation is being addressed and that we are making some movement toward to resolving the issue? But until a person is had made that commitment to themselves for that purpose, yes, there's going to be fear. But these are the things that I know is necessary. I mean, if the spirit was to send me into an atmosphere like that, I know that my mouth cannot be closed. And I know that I can be assassinated or whatever the case may be.
That's me.
But
I
I
know
would
that
not.
I know they'll kill me because I won't be able to shut my mouth.
Yes.
They're just gonna have to kill me because I'm not gonna be able to be there and see certain things happen. I remember it's funny because I say this and I say this without holding back, that I know that I can't tell you why I can't go to Africa now, but something's been holding me back, and I think that's a part of it. It's not even like I want to go desperately, but for logistic reasons I can't go now. It's something holding me back outside of me, and I think the reason is because I know that I probably will not be. I'm not one of those kind of people that can just go and just build my wall and build my beautiful house and put a guard in front of the gate and just live my beautiful life and not see the shit outside of it. You know what I mean? It would just, my soul would not be able to bear it. I would not be able to bear it and I don't know how I don't know how we do that. I don't know how others do that. And so for me, it hurts me that in this society where this white man, this being that I know cares nothing for us, provides a safer environment for children and women than we do, than our men do in those spaces like Haiti and Africa. It bothers my soul. And I'm being very honest right now.
Sister, that's kind of not exactly true because
I don't know what you mean. I've been to Haiti. I don't know. It's exactly true.
Yeah, I haven't been to Africa, so that's why I'm not speaking on it. I can't really say.
There's some real bad feedback.
So
Yeah, somebody's mic is.
Your mic actually is complete. Like whenever you start talking, that's usually Jude.
Yeah.
Shout out Jude. It's usually Jude's mic, but I think it's Mr. Dorfeld's mic that's doing
No,
that.
my mic is good.
Yeah. Jude's mic is good.
Oh, okay, Jude. Sorry, Jude, it's not your mic. He's gonna go back out and maybe come back in. So, Jude, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about this conversation started was about the proposal that this group put out there in Texas about changing the word slavery to involuntary what is that? Relocation. Such an insult. But
mic check.
That sounds
is that better?
Much better. So okay. I was welcoming Jude to the discussion, but I know you were about to say something. Go ahead, and then Jude could chime in. And I know you probably want to respond to what I said, but go ahead.
See, that's a great misconception where we believe that there's not as much violence in America than is happening in Africa, or kids. Look at Tamir Rice playing in a playground in America and get shot down by the white posse. So I believe the statistics is every 2 minutes a black child go missing in this country. So just because they're not advertising it There's many children that are black that go missing in America. So that's kind of a
about children going missing. Children go missing everywhere. I get that. I'm talking about how children are being treated. Like no schools, like there's no systems in place to protect children in some places. Children are starving in some cases. Children do not have adequate housing. Like
is that not happening here in America?
Not in the same proportion, no. Not in the same proportion, sir. I don't know where you've been. I don't know if you've lived in Africa or in Haiti, but I have.
It's because the standard of living is high. She does have. It's not to the level of poverty is not the same.
I'm talking about the fact that there are systems in place to make sure that certain things don't happen. There's none in place in certain places.
Yeah, but that's a byproduct really of economics, though.
That's right.
And I'm not trying to put Africa down. I'm not trying to put Haiti down. I'm from Haiti.
Yeah, but that's if I can.
I'm from Haiti.
Have a point.
So I'm just trying to say that we should. It just bothers my soul that, you know, like you said earlier, a lot of us don't want to leave this system because we feel safer underneath him. And why do you think people are running from? These people are willing to cross oceans and die. They know 50%. There's a 50% chance that they might drown in the ocean, and they still take that chance. Why do you think these people are willing to sell all the land that they have in Africa to come here? Why do you think?
I've heard a lot of people say because they believe a lie. They believe the lie that America is.
Are you from another place? Because I am.
I'm not from another place, but I've been. I was in the military, so I've traveled to different places.
Let me tell you why. Because I'm from Haiti, one of the poorest places in the Western Hemisphere. They do it because this place provides a security that your own don't. It gives you, your children could go to school without you having to pay.
But is America's colonialism causing the conditions in Haiti?
You could cut me off all day, but if you don't want to hear the truth, you want to believe, I'm trying to be as honest as I could be.
Yeah, but is America's colonialism causing the problems in Haiti? Is this government?
We know we're following the money. Yes, we know that. But what's the problem? What is the problem with the adult men in Haiti? That is the leadership that is not giving us. Let me finish. Because you can't keep justifying it. They are just selling us out. They don't their children. That's what the issue is not what the system is doing to make them do what they do. Why are they continuing to do it? Because the thing is this, we understand why the system is doing it. They're doing it for their children. They're doing it for their future selves. They're doing it for their white children. Why are we doing it? That's my question. Why are we making our spaces unsafe for our children, making our safe spaces hard for our women? Why are we doing that as men?
But it goes to what the sister was saying earlier, Miss Wisdom, as far as if we're not on the ground, we really can't affect those changes like that. To be honest, and we can't. If fear is the enemy of progress.
Those of us that are on the ground, they're us. We are on the ground, and I'm gonna tell you something. Earlier, when I said those places are not safe or whatever, everybody was like, no, there's some safe places. No, the thing is this, they are going to be safe for us, those of us that are going down there with money. But how do you stomach going to a space with money and you're able to live a great life, seeing all that poverty and all that, like I, in my heart, don't know how to be able to go live there and not be and see those people living in those conditions. And I know that, you know, it's going to be a great life for me, but then I'm like, God damn, what do we do for them? And that part right there bothers my soul, and I don't know how to register that.
We could go to Sugar Creek, Mississippi right now, and you got people that's still living in outhouses and have bad living conditions here in America. So, okay, let's look at Flint, Michigan, okay? So, and just like you said, money is going to give you different opportunities no matter where you go. So you're going to have, you know, like I said, America is not the cream of the crop, sky pie in the sky like they keep having us believe, because you have nice places in Ghana where I hear, I watch a lot of programs with a lot of repatriating people going back to Ghana and going back to other places in Africa. So, like I said, money is going to have you to be in a better position no matter where you go.
No, can I say something? There are better places in Africa, right? But the necessities in Africa are not there. Like, say, for instance, if you're sick in Africa or in any country in Africa, there's no ambulance. They can even rush, like what? People don't have ambulance. You can have nice places, but you don't have things that, fascinate you. That's what they are talking about. I'm from Africa. I just came back. And there's nothing that has changed, man. It's just same old, same old. You go to like any part of Africa, there are nice places, but there are things that are not working. There is no police officers are not working. You have to bribe here and there. Somebody attacks you at home. You have, there's no police that shows up. It's chaos. So they are not saying Africa is not good. It's good, but they don't have things that protect people. And then people say, "Oh, America."
That's the part I'm talking about. I want to go home. I want to go home so bad. And it's like, it's not that's not what's stopping me. Trust me, there's logistics that's stopping me. But the fact is, it's like I want to go home, but I want home to be good for everyone. Not just me that's able to go home and make it good because I have the green money. I want it to be good. I don't want to see kids like, I promise you, sometimes I get on here and let's say I'm researching, let's say I'm gonna have a discussion on the Congo, and then I see some of the conditions of the women or the children in Haiti and whoa, and then I'm like, we have leaders, and what makes our men different than these men, and why are we safer under these people that we know are not for us than man, it's so much. It's so much. And like you said, they out here filling up their pockets, making building up walls and making their lives good. And everybody else is suffering. And then you ask yourself, how could you even go participate in that? I don't know. I wrap my head, I think about that a lot. And I ask myself, I don't know why are we so evil towards each other? I don't know. I promise you, I've tried to act like it didn't matter. I've tried to make it seem like it's something that we can fix. But to be honest with you, as a people, something has to happen for us spiritually because something is off. If we can have children be dealt with that way, see children struggling that way, suffering that way. I don't know what y'all know about how children are being treated, let's say in places like Haiti, or let's say in places like in certain places in Africa, or either all other Caribbeans. It's not the same as places like what you just mentioned here in America. There are contingencies put here that they are not put in these places. That's why people are killing themselves, literally killing themselves to come here. And it makes me mad because I know that this place ain't safe for us either. I know that the system has things in place that are sucking the lives out of all those other places. I know this. You don't have to tell me that. We are following the money coming from those places. I know that, but we have to tell the truth about ourselves and our leadership and what we're not doing in those spaces as well. We have to tell that story because it's embarrassing.
Yeah, I was just watching American Idol a few weeks ago, actually, and one of the young ladies, melanated young lady, her whole family was homeless and they were living in the car under a bridge. Now, what about these, these services and these systems that you keep saying that are that are there?
They have a car though. They have a car. In Africa, they don't have a car to even sleep in if it's that bad. It's not the same. I am so tired of people instead of, and I just caught the end of this, Gina, but honestly, I think I was feeling your spirit because something just told me to call you. Because I'm driving around right now feeling the same thing like, man, what the hell is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? It's so much easier to sit around and blame the white man And yes, he is to blame, but for how long are we going to do that? That's why we always are talking about, oh, it's bad. It's just as bad here. Oh, there's poverty here. Unless you've been in some of those villages in Africa, please stop talking. You have people, I call Jude the end of Jude. You have people from Africa trying to tell African Americans how bad it is, but then they want to tell the Africans who know that, they're imagining it or something. I'm so over it all.
You know what I was thinking about? I'm gonna give you a good understanding, Dorfel. Like the other day I was sitting here and I was thinking, Haiti is so beautiful, y'all. I don't even know how to tell you. Like I saw somebody post a video the other day. Haiti is a slum. And I'm gonna tell you something. There's like maybe 8 different sections in Haiti. The only part in Haiti that's unsafe is Port-au-Prince. And that's one city, right? Anytime white people go talk about Haiti, they go on Port-au-Prince and they show how bad it is. But that being said, it's the unsafest place in Haiti, and it is a slum. I mean, it's terrible. But the other day I took some time and I was really just going through some videos of some other places, like they have other cities in Haiti and just beautiful. I mean, and I couldn't stop crying because I kept feeling like not too long ago, there was a ship of Haitians that drowned and it was like 89 Haitians that died trying to leave Haiti. Because even though those places are beautiful and the trees, mango trees and all these things, and people cannot survive in those spaces because there's no jobs, there's no economy, there's nothing. Intelligent beings are graduating from colleges or universities and have nothing to do. So they're getting in these small ass banana boats and they're crossing over. Risking their lives to get into these ports, to get into these spaces. And when they get here, you guys are like, for the most part, not all of you, but some of y'all like, these immigrants are coming here, these immigrants.
It's okay, Gina. You'll be okay. You'll be fine.
You fucking don't know. You don't know how hard it is to be in such a beautiful place and not be able to enjoy it because you got leadership that don't care about the humans in that space.
Yep.
And then this is why the immigrants come here and they look like they just like love these white people, that they don't care, that they look at you and they're looking at you complaining about white people and they look like they don't care because they're looking at you like they were under black people and black people was treating them worse. This little racism that you're dealing with is nothing in comparison to not being able to eat for weeks or not having shoes on your feet until you turn like 15.
Literally no shoes.
And guess who is treating you? It's your own people that look like you. Right.
So when a white man just looks at you ugly or maybe call you a nigga, you don't think that's nothing. It's nothing to you because you're getting a check, you have a home, these things that you never had, running water, infrastructure. You're looking like, I could take all the disrespect you're giving me because now I have an opportunity to feed my children. And this is the difference, and this is the immigrants. This is their point of view, and this is why sometimes when you see them, you'll be like, they don't have our back. They come here. They don't even look like they understand our what we've been through. It's because you don't understand that for us, the enemy looks like us.
Exactly.
And that's the part. I'm trying to parlay that to my brothers and sisters here in America because you see, me being born in Jersey, I understand. I did, but me going there and me spending time there and me understanding, and when I see those people in Africa, when I see a little child, maybe 8 or 7 with a big old basket in her head carrying, selling, while she should be in school, barefoot, walking, trying to sell stuff, that's not good, and it's not normal that any adult people that are in offices running the government or country should allow things like that to happen for children or women.
Exactly.
infrastructure not being done, not
Nothing,
having
nothing.
running water in your houses, not having in 2022, not having toilets. That is something that is completely off. Being okay, but only having the rich have certain things, that is completely off. Something's wrong with our minds where we are okay with that, and we're just gonna let things go like that. We're just gonna let things go like that. And people calling our spaces shithole spaces, because it is.
Right. I
Something's
mean,
wrong with that.
this
Something
is
is wrong with that, and it makes me mad because I the other day said something on this channel. I was listening to some of my past discussions, and I said on here, sometimes it really hurts me that I feel like the white man takes care of us more than our own people.
Yep, you're
And
right.
nobody responded to that, but it's something that I said from the heart, and it broke my heart that I said that. But we are safer under him than we are under you.
And that's why people always want to blame colonialism, slavery, and stuff like that. No, I mean, what are we doing now? We are doing nothing. Why you keep blaming things that, is, see, Gina, this is the same thing that is happening in Morocco, like everywhere. Like, I mean, being black is just, I think we are so, like, we are so short-sighted. Like, we don't have vision or anything. You see, every time Africans, they want to cross to Europe, but there's these people dying everywhere in North Africa, but they still want to go. They want to go to Europe. I mean,
I asked myself a question, and I want to ask y'all that question. Where's our heart? How do we, as adults, let our children suffer in that manner? Okay, you don't care about the adults, okay, but how do you let children suffer in that manner? How do we justify having people that are having adult males, especially leadership in those positions that do not care about their women or their children?
exactly. All what they care is their own factor.
And can I add to it, Gina? Can I add to what you were saying? Also, us in the diaspora, why do we oversimplify it? It breaks my heart what's happening there, and it breaks my heart that we African Americans especially oversimplify it and make it, oh, we just need to go back and build Africa. Don't you think that the Africans know that if they could build Africa, they would? There's nothing special about us that as soon as we go back, all of a sudden things are going to get better. It's so much bigger than that.
Things will not get better because there's no law in place.
Exactly.
Everything is just this, like, there's no law. Like, see what happened to this family in Gambia. They just walk out of their house in 30 minutes, and out of a sudden their house get broken. Like, there's no security, there's nothing. I mean, things don't work. And it's hard. It's hard, it's hard. Like, when people say Africa, they just think, oh, everything is gloomy because they go to Africa and they construct a house and everything is, is good. But the thing is, there's a lot of people suffering in Africa, and when Africans come here, that's why you see when you see these people moving back to. Have you seen an African like really say he want to move back to Africa? No, because the answer is no, because it's the same thing that is happening. There is nothing. You go back home, there's nothing going on. Like, those who are in power, they feed only their family. You cannot do nothing. If I ship a car back home to Cameroon, it will cost me a lot of money to take that car out of the port, because I have to bribe like 10 people just to get a car out of the port. It will cost me a lot of money. It is just
and let's don't mention healthcare and things like that, like infrastructure. It's important. So that's why when Africans, there's nothing. That's why when Africans come here, that first thing they say is, "Oh my God, it's so organized and so much infrastructure," because that stuff matters. I have someone dear to me that just died in Africa from what I think was a freaking sinus infection that went to her brain. That wouldn't happen here.
But when they get sick though, they don't even stay in Africa like all these people that have money.
Exactly.
Even the presidencies, they go to Europe. They're going for medical checkup. So what hospitals are you building in Africa? If you cannot go to those hospitals, and then why did you build them? So it's crazy, man. Like, that's why when people say, "Are you going back to Africa?" I just say, "Man, I'm from Africa. I don't really think I've gone," but I can't. No, it's things, man. We have to change our mindset. Things are not moving. The government are not. People are dying in North Africa. Everybody is sitting quiet. Nobody is saying nothing. They come with scam and tell you, oh, things are doing good.
I could deal with a lot of things, but damn, love the children, care for the children. I mean, damn.
Gina,
I could deal with a lot of things, man. And I'm not just talking about Africa, yo. It's in Haiti, it's in Jamaica, it's everywhere. Yo, stop fucking
There's no black. There's no.
There is any God in any universe, anywhere that's gonna do any good by us if we keep mistreating our children.
There's no prosperous black country in the world.
I don't think there's any God anywhere that's gonna do anything for us as long as we keep mistreating our children. I don't think
exactly.
Gina, let me tell you something. Let me say something, right? Some African countries believe that they were more better off under the Europeans than what they are right now. For real.
I'm so ashamed that other people come to your space and treat your children better. It's embarrassing. It's revolting. I mean, it's really, and it's funny because you see them sitting there. Like I was watching this documentary, and these Haitians are sitting there waiting for these Europeans to come and do for them, build a school for their children.
Exactly.
What do you mean? Build a school for your children?
There's no country in Africa that will tell you that they are better off today than when they were under the Europeans. If you go, it's just a reality, but they don't say it. You go to South Africa, they talk about apartheid. Yeah, it was bad. But the construction that happened during the apartheid period has passed what happened today, even though it was the blacks that built it. You go to all other African countries, you will see infrastructures that the Europeans left behind. And it's what the Africans are still using today. They have not changed. They have not been you go to Cameroon, we used to have railways that were built by the Germans. Ever since those railways, the government today have not built no railways in Cameroon. They still use the German railways. And those things have dilapidated, but they still use it. You go to other countries, it's the same thing. Infrastructure has not changed. It's just, man, how can you blame Ukraine for things that is happening in Ukraine that, because of Ukraine war, that's why Africans are suffering now? Are you kidding me? With all the agricultural farmland that we have, wheat in Ukraine is affecting Africa. It makes no sense. Everything in Africa now is skyrocketed.
The other day I was doing this research, guys. I'm cutting you off, Jude. The other day I was doing a research when I was talking about the white woman in relationship with during the slave trade. Well, I was doing the research and of course, slave trade, a couple of things came up, and what came up was the number of slaves still, as of 2020, slaves in the world. Africa still has the most slaves in the world. We're still selling. We're still selling more slaves than anywhere else in the world.
Exactly.
And I was like,
it's happening.
And then we wonder why people have no respect for us as a people.
Even in Africa, within countries,
people are selling their children. People are taking other people's children and selling their children.
Exactly.
To a bunch of Arabs that don't even care for them.
Even the poor people in Africa sell their kids to rich families. Like they just sell, like, give it to them to go and work.
You see what I mean? That should be something that is illegal to do. That should be something that the parent and the person that's doing it should be afraid that they'll be locked up if they do it.
There's no rules in Africa, Gina. Everything is zigzag.
There's no contingencies. Anybody could do whatever they want to do because children are not protected.
Can I address that comment, Gina, on the thing, the talking about dealing with root causes? The only problem with that is that if you're an African American, you know how they say, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you're an African American, every root to every problem that every African American talks about is the white man. At some point, we gotta get past that and understand that it doesn't even matter, right? Because everything that you're saying, that Jude's saying, that I'm saying, it's not to say that, we love the oppressor or anything like that, but they're just facts. And the real fact is that we're not doing okay as a people, no matter where we are. And we cannot keep blaming other people and keep being a victim to it. At what point do we stand up and fix it?
Exactly.
My thing is that they're going to do what they're going to do for themselves. They've been doing it. They're going to keep doing it. We can't control what they do. We have to figure out a way to do what we need to do for ourselves. And what are we not doing right is what we need to be questioning. We can't all day long talk about what they're doing, and what they're doing is what they're going to keep doing. But what are we doing, and what are we not doing? And earlier I asked the question, what did we do? What did we do that caused all of this to unravel?
Oh
And
man,
I got the answer. You're right. We wanted what others people had, but there was something else going on with us.
we became so weak.
What is it about us that we just don't see the value in ourselves? And it's demonstrated even today. We don't value our lives.
But you know, it says, I'll correct you and say it's not that we wanted what they had. When this stuff first started, it was an even playing field. That's what people fail to forget. There were extremely rich African kings that were selling people. It's the same. And if you fast forward to today, it's the same thing. The leadership back then was just as corrupt as the leadership now. It's not that, we were just these poor, raggedy people and we looked at Europeans and said, oh, we want what they have. They wanted what we had.
Yes, the leadership in the beginning was through the divine feminine energy, the woman. It's when we went from matrilineal kinship society from the matriarchal leadership over to patriarchal dominance is when all of the issues started happening. Once you lose respect for the woman, the mother that brings life and brought you into the world, and has the power and authority to take you out, which we have also lost notification of recognizing that we in our womb can either give birth to the nation or eliminate the nation. But we have to recognize that all this started simply because the total disrespect for woman. And once you disrespect woman, you disrespect what woman brings into the nations, and that's birth in the children. So if you're not going to respect the woman, you're not going to respect the children. And if the man is not supporting and protecting the woman, then he too has fallen short of his own glory and the stance for which he is supposed to do. So when we start making decisions based on how other people are treating us, and we don't consider that a people who has enslaved us, exploit us, demise us, mistreat us, and do all type of evil to us, even as of this day, and recognize that a people who don't treat us right is not going to teach us right in their church nor their state institution. And with that, I'm complete.
And that whole thing with the woman thing, man, that's such a big thing for and that's another thing too. There's no value for women in the Black spaces. I'm sorry.
Exactly. You're right, Gina. Like, I don't know, man. It's gonna take Africa another day. If you give Africa 100 years, they will not move from where they are today, because there's what they believe in is that they hope that's why, I don't know. They feel like only the white man can come over. That's why a white person in Africa is valued more than a black person in Africa. Believe me. Like, one of my friends took a homeless white person to Africa, to Cameroon. And when they were walking on the street, they respected the homeless white person more than they respected him. They didn't know they believe he got money. They believe he's the one that is gonna come over and change the life of people. This is really, and this is across all Africa as a whole. Believe me, like, let nobody come here and say, oh, this is like this, Kenya is doing good, Ghana is. No, Gina, you go to Africa, if somebody's stuff is being stolen in Gambia, in every other country is the same thing. In South Africa, they are killing each other. Because, I mean, Africa, like, there's nothing that is moving. It's just chaos, man. Like, I hate just talking about it's just chaos. It's not good at all. Like things are not moving. People don't respect each other. You see kids frustrated. At the age of 5, you are carrying water on your head, selling pure water. You are carrying stuff to pay for education.
And I know that people might look at that and say, oh, that's just culture. No, that was culture for everyone back in the 1500s. White people used to carry things. Mexican people, all people used to carry things on their heads. But now we're 2022. Everybody has evolved. Why can't we? Why aren't we trying to move our people ahead to a point where our children don't have to do that. I mean, why are we willing to see our children still being muled like that? And that's the part, because you see, when I speak on these things, I think I spoke on this a while back, and I had a whole bunch of people come in my comment section saying, that's the culture. Don't disrespect our culture. I'm not trying to disrespect your culture. That right there was something that all humans were doing at one point. We were all hunter-gatherers, and we were doing things manually. But why are we not able to see what other people see for their children? Why are we not willing to want better for ours like others? You know, why could only a portion of people live comfortably in our spaces? And I'm talking about in our spaces. And I see that brother, he's gone off the channel. I didn't mean to, please, my brother, I didn't mean to offend. I wasn't angry with you. I'm just frustrated with the way that our women and our children are being treated in these spaces where our men govern. I'm not gonna soften that up today. I'm sorry. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. I want to welcome Powell Yumbe to the discussion. Powell, tell me what you think about.
Power Yombe.
Welcome, my brother.
Yes,
Please, I'm sorry if I say the wrong thing. I know you are coming here to Power Yombe. I salute.
Okay, salute everyone at the panel and the comment.
Welcome, Powell.
Sister Gina, please don't. I know it's hard, but please don't get emotional. You know, we have to be resilient as people. You know. Yeah, we're going through our trial and tribulations, but we have to keep the faith. Yeah, keep your head up, please. Just to put the thing on perspective here. I think we are all bashing Africans and Africa, but the leadership in Africa. But there's something that we have to remember, you know. The leadership in Africa, they're not working for us. We all know, you know, we lost. We as Africans, we lost the war. So all those leaders out there, they have to further, you know, the foreign power interests. We know about it. So why do you think that, you know, those leaders have our best interest in their heart? They have not. Yeah, the sooner we realize it, the better. Our best leaders, where are they now? You know, for me, like the four biggest African leaders ever: Nkrumah, Nasser, Sankara, Gaddafi. Where are they? Look what they're doing when we're in power. They didn't have none of this under their leadership. Where are they now? So why are we now, like, you know, blaming, you know, or hoping for something positive from these leaders? Sorry, you know, we have to be realistic. Realistic. We lost the war. So now we have to, you know, think, regroup, and, you know, see what we can do, because we cannot keep going on and on like bashing, you know, this leadership, you know, people, because nothing positive will come up, or we expect nothing positive from them, because they are there just to gatekeep for the foreign power interest. So when Bijoux there, you come and talk about, oh, there's no ambulance, oh, the rail is still German. Of course, because the German, they built the railway is to link to, you know, the capitalist world. As soon as the link was severed, of course, you know, it has to be the link. And then in Africa, we don't have an industrial base, because the colonialists never had interest in industrializing Africa. We put in that box, you know. Our economy is to serve them. Our resources to serve them, because as people, we don't count on international level. We don't count. We are not there. Oh, just recently, I heard an Australian foreign minister, ex-foreign minister, and he was talking about China, how to deal with China, and he was advising the European and especially the UK government. He said, "Listen, for you to deal with China, we have to want impact." So he said they had an issue with the Australia and China, a trade issue. So what he did, he called all the European country and America. Listen, this is our position. We all have to stand together. Only that way, China, acquiesced. So he advised to end all the European countries. If you have an issue, you wanna deal with China, don't go on your own because they're gonna walk over you. Yeah, and we are talking about Australia and the European Union. Now just think about Togo or Ghana or even Angola go to negotiate with China or with the United States or with UK or France. You have no chance.
Exactly.
You have no chance.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we know what we have to do. Yeah. Kwame Nkrumah prophesies Pan-Africanist or perish. That's the way forward.
Kwame Nkrumah was a Pan-Africanist, but Ghana is not a Pan-African country.
What happened to him? That's what I'm telling you. What happened to him?
Right, he had a vision, but now the Africa that we have is there's no vision in Africa right now.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. Don't expect anything less. So for us now, we should concentrate on this leadership. For me, I have high hopes on Julius Malema because this is the one who's spearheading now. This idea of Pan-Africanism in the continent at the moment. So
Exactly.
it's more country, new leadership. And I can see he has some backing from this like Thabo Mbeki. Okay, he's a bit coy about giving that support, but he's there. You can see that some of these leaders, they knew that they failed, and they have like backing him. But
this is the thing, right? Those who have the ideas in Africa are not in power, like Malema, right? Those who are in power in Africa don't have no ideas.
Exactly.
They don't have no ideas.
My brother.
So,
so what we should do is, like you are from Cameroon. Have you noticed any? I don't know if you know about any. I know the Cameroon are very. The French, to be honest with you, I've noticed the French speaking are more Pan-Africanist than the English or the Portuguese colonies. Former colonies
right.
in
I mean,
Africa.
I follow a lot of French stuff, but this is the thing, right? I want to make sure because there's people always want to come and talk about, oh, French Africans are doing this, English Africans are doing this, but I want to say something, right? French Africa and English is all the same thing. The English Africa are not even doing better than the French countries in Africa or the English country as well. It's just chaos across the board, from Spanish countries to Portuguese countries in Africa to you speaking French or English. Is the same thing. So
I mean, the Pan-Africanism ideal is more prevalent on French intellectuals than on English-speaking intellectuals.
They do the
That's
preaching.
what I know.
They do the preaching, but there's no action. This is the thing. In Africa, we do a lot of talking, but there's no action in place. What have you put together to say, okay, this have to be done. This have to be done. Today, Africans are not talking about one currency. These are the things that people, if you want to be a Pan-Africanist, you have to be, all these things have to be in place. What are you guys talking about? Instead of just preaching, oh, let's be together, let's be this.
No. Jude, you're not being honest. Come on, please. Our mother, Arikana.
Oh, come on, man.
No. Oh, come on. What? Yeah, she's there. She's doing something,
man.
And she's inviting, she's inviting people to join her on this journey. She has this Odua currency. She wants to be the Pan-African currency. They're promoting it. So we are here criticizing, but there's someone there doing the talk and working the work.
There's no action in place.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no action? She was in Ghana. I don't know. I don't know how many times she was giving this land. They're going to start developing. What do you mean? There's no action in place. If you want to point, if you want to do say something, please don't attack our mama, because I will defend it with all my life. Sorry.
I mean,
Yeah.
There's nothing going on. Don't be fooled by what they show you on TV. There's nothing going on, Power Yombe. I'm telling you, they just show you.
Jude, just check a website. Check the testimonial there.
Everything is there on the website. I checked the website and they were charging people to join the website. Maybe you have to donate something. But what I'm saying is,
again, this is another example. Okay, so she's a woman. She's doing this thing. What about the men in Africa? What are they doing?
Nothing is happening.
Shina, you know my position about men. You know, I won't even say anything because you know my position about the men leadership in Africa. It's non-existent. It's not existent. Period.
So this is not a lie. Then I'm not going crazy. Men are not doing anything anywhere.
No,
nobody is doing nothing anywhere.
No,
nobody is doing nothing anywhere in Africa. That's period.
No backbone.
Huh?
It could be one or two. Maybe they're not they're not well known, but in position of power, I don't know of anyone. Honestly,
but the women have also failed Africa as well, Gino. Take for instance, you have a former president of Liberia. She was a woman. What did she do? Nothing. Like Liberia is still the same. You go to Tanzania after Magufuli, we have a female president. What is going on? Nothing. Malawi had a female. It's just
listen, Jude. They are constrained. Listen. If you wanna do something within this constraint that the foreign power left in Africa, you won't do anything because you have to conform. Yeah, we have to break up. Like Sankara try to do. Like Gaddafi tried to do, like Kwame Nkrumah tried to do. You have to break up this monopoly. That's the only way you can do something in Africa.
So it's going to take us another 100 years to break off from these people?
No, it doesn't take one. No, it doesn't take 100 here. Listen, it doesn't take.
Can I ask a question? Hello? Can I ask a question? I don't mean to break. I don't mean to stop this, but I just want to ask a question. You both are from Africa. I'm from Haiti. I'm from a poor place too, and I know what it's like to be in those spaces. But I want to ask you something. Real talk. People that are coming from America, our brothers and sisters that are from America may not understand this, but we should. We understand this. And I know, and I want the truth. There are people on the continent, just like there are people in Haiti, that are in a place of power, that have money, that have those big, beautiful houses and nice cars, and they don't want Africa to change. They like being in a place of privilege.
Exactly. That's true. That's a fact.
They want the infrastructure to stay like that for some people.
Right.
They want to be able to have maids and people that they could look down on and talk down to.
And get men.
That's the situation in those spaces, isn't it?
Exactly. That's true.
And that's the ugly that we don't want to talk about. And that's really our problem. That's been our problem. That's what allowed other races to come in and do what they did to us, because we already had that ugly already there. We already had that type of energy where we had people that were willing to see others suffer so they could be better than them.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
That's a problem.
I mean, we can't keep going around it. That's really the problem. It's not really anybody else, y'all. The issue is that the reason that anybody else is able to put their feet on our neck, the reason that they're able to put their feet on our neck is because we have our brothers holding us down while they're doing it.
Exactly.
And that's the part, because I know that in Haiti, if there were not corrupt human beings being paid off to let people come in with guns and drugs and all kinds of things and being selling out to let companies come in and and take all resources out, that we would not be in a position that we are in. And I know that's the same thing happening in Africa. So,
but you know, the thing is, Gina,
go ahead.
Everybody, all the, power to the people, black people want to try to go all the way back and start talking about how Haiti had to pay off debt and all that. Yes, that stuff is true, but there's stuff happening today that's causing those things. So I just don't know. We have to get out of that narrative of, these people are holding us down, holding us back. They're so powerful. They're so strong.
And nobody holding us down. We are our own problem. That's the reality. People are just saying, French countries are paying this, paying what?
Like the Haitian Revolution. Before you can fight your enemy, you got to fight the enemy within.
Within, exactly.
There's no way that you're going to be able to fight anybody outside of you you're not going to be able to fight anybody outside the house if you got 50 people in the house willing to beat you down before you get to them. You got to deal with the problem inside, and we got a whole bunch of problem inside. And that's we can't keep talking about what other people are doing to us because other people are letting them in to do it to us.
Did you know what happened to Kwame Nkrumah after when he traveled? His own people were the one that took him out of power.
Yeah, but then
it wasn't the Europeans. Even if they paid the people in Ghana, but it was his own people that took him out of power.
Yeah,
but the enemy was right there. Go ahead,
yeah, but then you forget that then it was offered political asylum by Nasser, but he chose to go to.
He chose to go to Guinea.
Guinea, and it was made
because
vice president.
Sekou Touré was a Pan-Africanist.
Exactly. So you see, you can see there's two stories on it. You can say, okay, his people, Ghanaian, sold him out, but then the Guinean people, got him and gave him the president, vice presidency.
But he could only go back to Ghana after when he died.
Listen,
that was when he took his cause back to Ghana.
Yeah, but he was a Pan-Africanist. For him, it doesn't matter whether he stay in Ghana or Egypt or Guinea, where he ended up.
He was.
But there was
but I'm saying his own people took him out of power.
Always look at the bright side always look at the bright side. Listen, I'll give you another example of them. In today's modern world, China went through the same thing that we are going through. Exactly the same thing. Yeah. After the Second World War, the other leader, Mao Zedong, he waged a war, drove America out, chased the reactionary. They ended up in this island, Taiwan, which is still in dispute today. But China put a red line. There is no way Taiwan can be independent. It has to be part of China. And we know what's happening today. We could go into a third world war because of this red line. China will never allow Taiwan to go independent because they see it as a threat. Listen,
but Taiwan has to be part of China. Why should Taiwan go into independence?
Listen,
I mean, it's how many miles away from China mainland? I mean,
listen. Jude, understand me what I'm trying to imply. Yeah, what I'm trying to imply. China went through this exact same thing we're going through. The Western power were there. They forced them to sell drugs. Yeah, and then they bombed them, and they took part of their land, like Taiwan, Macau, and Hong Kong,
Taipei.
as a reward. As a reward. And then now, when China had a leader that managed to get rid of the reactionaries, and they flew the mainland, went to this island, and America protected them. But China was, because he won the war, were able to dictate, listen, this island could never go independent. It has to be as part of China. And they were weak at that time. They were weak. Now that they are powerful, any step that Taiwan makes to go independence, there will be a third world war.
Right, but we are talking about Africa. I don't want to talk about
that's what I'm saying.
He's making a parallel.
Listen, Oh my God, Jude. Oh.
Okay, so
You missed his point,
Sorry,
bro.
man.
Yeah, you are missing my point. There's no point to me talking to you because you cannot compute what I'm saying. We lack
I don't think,
this
to be
kind of
honest
leader.
with you, just listening to this panel,
I like it.
I don't think men understand what needs to get done. I think you just get so caught up that you don't understand that we really just need straightforward things to get done. Like,
We need to have a movement that we all, Pan-Africanists around the world, can be behind it, back them up, and then do something to change. Because we have to, if we don't unite, there is no way we will move forward. No
I
way,
wanted to hear her
period.
opinion though, what she was about to say though. What were you about to say, Miss Gina? As far as you don't feel that we view what?
like this conversation for me went from me really bringing up the fact that why are children being treated this way to us talking about Japan and all of that in China. And I really don't think we can focus. I don't think men focus. I don't think Black men, our men, can focus. And I'm really starting to feel that way. Like, there is an issue with us. Like,
There's a big issue, Gina. In Africa, in my country, right?
something is off. I don't get it, because we really have an issue in seeing our own personal needs, in addressing our own personal needs. We always retaliate back to looking at others, and it's really not good for us. Or
Right.
looking at trying to. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but the basic infrastructure things, in order for us to be able to implement those like from a ground level, because we know our leaders aren't really worth a dime. Either we're gonna, as a people, hold the leaders accountable, and I mean, we know what has to be done with that.
Yeah, you cannot hold leaders accountable in Africa.
But
It's
that's
just
what I'm. But no, but as a people, if you have a corrupt leader, you got to go to extreme measures to hold the leaders accountable.
right, and that's why
If you
there's
can
all
just
this
have a
shit
culture of
that's happening.
sellouts, if you just have a culture of sellouts, there's a group of people that's not holding those sellouts accountable to where they could just walk free. And that's
Exactly.
what we
True.
as a people in every level. I see every facet of life. We're not willing to make the extreme measures that have to be taken to really solve our problems. It's not going to be hunky dory, like easy. Like you're gonna have to make real sacrifices. Like it looks simple as far as the infrastructure and all that, and I agree. Once you get the proper base of people that's not willing to say I'm willing to have heat, but somebody else doesn't even have a basic infrastructure home, then you're gonna have these problems. It got to be like a real cleansing, like with Castro, and that's when he's making those parallels to Mao Zedong and other people, bro. It's not to say that he's trying to take the focus and the emphasis off Africa. He's giving an example of what happened to other people and what they did, and it's like
Right.
that in every revolution.
I understood.
It's the same thing.
Right. Gina, this is what happened in Cameroon, right? Like during this period right now, there's rainy season going on in Cameroon, even across Africa, and there's flooding happening everywhere. Like the capital city was just flooded like 2 days ago in Cameroon.
So what
And the water,
contingencies were put in place prior to flood
right.
season to
But
make
this is
sure
the
things
thing.
didn't go that way?
This is the thing. You ask the government why all this flooding, what are they doing? They say even in the United States there's flood. So they are telling you if a United States is better, but they are still flooding, so they cannot take no measures. And this is a problem. So because there's flooding in America, you cannot solve the flood that is happening in Cameroon, in the capital city. It's just like nobody is,
Do they?
and there's flooding every year. There's no measures. It just
Do
keep
they?
happening every time, and man,
If we as a people keep allowing them to get away with this and go unscathed, it's going to keep happening.
And
We
they
can't
Yeah,
keep playing, bro.
yeah.
Everywhere you go where black people are, bro, it's a large groundswell of sellouts, and they get to walk freely among us with no consequences.
That's it. That's it. I couldn't agree more, my brother. You just hit the nail on the head, my brother. That's our biggest problem.
You not finna go to
Sellouts. That's the
no
problem.
You're not finna go to Pakistan nowhere and they go and they some places in the Middle East they do got sellouts and they not doing nothing. But for the most part, due to their strong tie to their faith, they not going for that. We don't have a strong tie. We're too comfortable everywhere, even where we're uncomfortable. It's like it's to a place to where like, bro, we think if we keep going along and just living this, but we're not progressing regardless. Even if we stay over here where it's safer and we have more access to resources, the longer we sit and we're not holding accountable and really address what needs to be addressed, the problem's going to get worse. And it's a big problem. It's a huge problem. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to be fixed overnight. But if we don't do it and make the sacrifice now, it's going to get worse like it has generation by generation.
Yeah, that's why I always say my hero, in the last 20, 30 years in Africa, my only hero was Winnie Mandela because she never compromised. You know, she's never allowed sellouts amongst people. Never. That's why she managed to get Mandela out of the prison and the INC be in power today, and they are free from apartheid. It was her, his courage. Now she was uncompromised. Any sellout she will call necklace. She does call it, she has this thing they call necklace. That's it. No compromise. That's our biggest mistake. We allow all these sellouts, do whatever I want to do with no consequences. The only we have to do, only we know to do is just bashing, talking, gossiping, complaining or flee. Just look at what happened now. Over 200 Africans were killed in Morocco.
Yep. And nobody's saying nothing.
I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell you something. Women and children can't take it anymore. The women and children cannot take it anymore. I promise you. I mean, it's really starting to be. It's just too much.
And but guess what? Guess where all those Africans in Morocco came from? They came from all these countries in Africa: Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon. You'll find everybody in that group. That's to tell you none of those African countries are good.
And the sad thing, you know what happened to our brothers in Ukraine? Do you know what happened to them? And no one is talking about it.
I mean, if they don't, if I was about to say something.
They're being rounded up. They are being rounded up, sent to they call indefinite prison to these countries, Latvia, Poland, all those countries, the border, they are there in prison.
Right, because the Ukrainian claim that Africans refuse to help them during the time of war, so they help Russia.
And no one is talking about it. No one is talking about it. Indefinite prison to our brothers and sisters that were in Ukraine. They are there languishing in this prison, concentration camps.
Yep,
and you know what's going to happen? They will be said, I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if today they are working in this factory, they're manufacturing weapons. I won't be surprised if they're using their labor to manufacture all these weapons before they send them to fight. When things get escalated, to serve as a cannon folder. That's going to happen. We have no leadership enough. Forget it. We have no leadership. No leadership. So anything that is happening in Africa is our own to blame. We are cowards.
I gotta keep it 100. We gotta overthrow these things, bro. Period. That's the only option, bro. And then when you and I'm not saying all out militarily, but if you want to do it through numbers, just overall absorbing a population with people that's got the right mindset or something. There's not gonna be no soft just exchange, bro. Because like I said, if you allow two things to get so bad for so long, you're gonna have a culture of people that's just willing to sell out because they don't care. There's no sense of self with community.
Somewhere, when you take those sellers out, the African governments, they come from you. This is what happened in Mali, right? The guy that was president in Mali was a sellout. So his own people took him out. And all the West African presidents that have been there for 20-something years, they have rigged elections. They said the military had no right to take the sellout president in Mali out.
Yeah.
And
I think that.
they blocked Mali from all other countries, so other countries in West Africa could not do business with Mali.
Yeah.
But that is crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, them is the same tactics that go with
Right, I
that's
mean,
happen over here. I understand, bro. It's
right. So
definitely
where are we
hard, bro.
going?
It's
It's
definitely
crazy,
hard,
man.
bro.
Man, Africa, man, like it's and the same thing happened in Guinea. The guy
Yeah.
that was there, Alpha Conde, he was there for 10 years. He changed the constitution to be there for another 7 years in power, and he was already 80 years old. And he changed the constitution to be there for another for a lifetime, to go up to 100 years in power, to be 100 years in power. And his military took him out. But
Yeah.
the West Africa and the
You
ECOWAS,
know what the funny thing is for me though? I'm gonna say some things, and it's really, I'm not trying to insult or be hurtful, but I just want to say I think they're the most. I think to be honest with you, it's the most trifling type of energy that is being carried in us. Because to be honest with you, when I see like you're a leader in a country, let's say like Haiti, or let's say the Congo, or let's say Nigeria, and you're saying, "Oh, I have my own plane, or I have you have I have fleet of cars, or I have security, I have $1 million this," and I see them sometimes on certain you know, like if you go into certain channels, you'll see somebody interviewing them, and they're and they have all these vibrant colors and clothes on, and expensive things, and you're thinking, how trifling are you? Because it's like you're a leader of this space with all these poor people and all these people struggling, and it's funny because we all kind of got upset when Donald Trump called these places shithole countries, shithole leaders to shithole countries. And they don't see the irony of it. They don't even see that I don't care how much how fly your house is in those spaces. I don't care how much you paid for your clothes. I don't care how much you paid for your weaves and everything else. You're just trifling. You smell. You're disgusting. I don't care. As long as you are in a space where children are being treated that way, women are being muled, and infrastructure looks like that, and you're calling yourself a leader or anything else, anybody that's feeling like you're fly in those kind of spaces. I mean, to be honest with you, man, it's just trifling. It's just, to be honest with you, I just don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating. It's humiliating in this world to think that you could be fly under those conditions. To think that right outside of your wall, there could be no streets, and then you fly. I don't get that.
You're
That's the
correct.
most trifling thing I've ever heard of. What's the energy behind that?
yeah.
Gina, may I take the mic?
Sure, go ahead.
As I'm listening, I remember that the ancestors gave me a message, and may I take a few minutes to recite some of it, unless you say if you want me to keep going. But I'm listening because people want solutions. We can talk about the problem, until we're black and blue and dead. But there's something that the divine spirit wrote through me, maybe last year or the year before. And I want to hear you all's feedback after you hear it. The title of it, she called it Overstanding. In every neighborhood, there is an opportunity to create a Lion's Pride community. Women of counsel and men of protection to unite together the melanated family perfection. Allowing our children left foot forward, uniting all indigenous tribes of international borders in the right direction of leader contenders and not followers of the devourers. The head and not the tail, giving reason for a school bell season. The lenders and not the borrowers, perpetuating sorrow. In every Black nation, there is a wounds to be healed from unaddressed issues of our enemies conquering thrills and falsified history to create a ghetto mentality while empowering their wicked schemes, principalities, until we as a people of the diaspora considered that a people who has enslaved us, burned us, heinously castrate us, rape us, exploit, GMO poison us, status demise us, and wickedly define us, and continually to brutalize us, and do all the kinds of evil to us, even as it is this day, trying to eliminate the divine's way. In this present time of eternity, creating unlawful insecurities with their police brutalities, must realize that people who don't treat us right can't teach us right in the church or the state institutions of confusion. In every melanated soul and spirit, there is a power to be victorious. Without the validation of our enemies' notorious four tongues misery, with theirs and ours, self-appointed preachers and leaders, promise peace to those who pay them, and threaten war unto them who don't. Peace will be obtained when we recognize in every melanated woman and man's heart is the ability to reclaim and start the status of our ancestors' intelligent fame. In every Black man is a protector and a provider. And in every Black woman is a counselor and a comforter. When the two become one, the battle is already won, starting with the counsel of the woman's wisdom, of her divine mind. To the end of time, her hands and heart hold the solution for our homeland revolution. In every neighborhood, there is an opportunity of alliance among community of nations, women of counsel, and men of protection for our rights together as melanated family perfection. Allowing our children left foot forward in every right direction of leadership contenders and not the followers of devour pretenders. The head and not the tail, given the reason for the new school bell. Therefore, the oppressors decide history to create ghetto mentalities while empowering our enemies' principalities, in need of apologies by work and deeds, emphasizing and amplifying us to be free. Until we as a people of the diaspora consider that a people who has enslaved us has no reason to empower us, that we must come to the conclusion, peace to us, to those, and peace unto those who have not and will not give us the authority that we have already been birthed into priority and authority, that we must come to the conclusion that foolishness has a conclusion. The mother of all nations, near and far, now rise up to bruise our enemy's head, to put in and into the serpent's feet of the wormless agents of the genders, the great deceivers and pretenders, a surrogate, mindless, and fruitless wickedness, and a defilement perpetuating a hidden agenda, a self-proclaimed entitlement contender, serpent masquerading as a woman, with their falsified bosoms and artificial wealth of stagnant, putrefied milk, a vain and foolish thing of the imagery, imagination causing gender confirmation, cutting off, sewing up, and tucking into natural origins of your birth organ, that determines your unique, genuine assortment of importance, pills for estrogen, wigs and extensions for acceptance, high heels for perverted thrills, twerking for the advertisement and invitations of derriere's rings of natural lubrication, voice smooth like honey, whispering words of upper version. But a real mind of a king can tell you're a phony exclusion. All this masquerading as imitation of a woman still leaves you, and then the exclusion of the ability of the first part of the vine of the fusion, of womanhood of divine inclusion. Therefore, serpents out of my seed passed out of the garden. On your belly, your heart became hardened. You caught a hold to the woman's shoe heel to pursue to delay her designed destiny still. But my fear is protection, for my lioness pride empowers me to devour my enemy's tribe. Flipping the script now to inflict the fatal wound upon your heads, bleed out the lies until they are dead. For we rise with peace and we rise with strength. We rise to meet and groom the minds of the elect. We rise to confront our enemies' lies. We rise to gather the young and the feeble knees to safety. We rise to walk among the lions. We rise to devour and hunt our enemies' lies. But now we rise when we confront our enemies, and when they hear us roar, they will flee back to their caves of iniquity and be no more of any sovereignty or authority. And with that, I'm complete.
Thank you for that poem, sis. That was beautiful. Did you write that yourself?
Well, the ancestors wrote it through me.
That was powerful. Thank you.
I skipped over a lot because it is kind of long.
Wow, that was powerful. Thank you.
Yeah, so just hearing that, I realize I come to the conclusion, when I'm listening to this platform tonight, when I think about Haiti and the earthquakes, and if we know, I wanted to ask you, Gina, particularly, when the earthquake and the people were scattered and it was chaos, did the people themselves help each other, or was they waiting for a foreigner to come and give help?
They were helping each other.
Exactly.
And they really didn't look forward to anybody coming. They were helping each other.
Exactly. And see, this is the reason why the things happen. But everything happens for a reason. There's no mistake, there's no happenstance, there's no coincidence. Everything that's happening to us is to allow us to see how powerful we are. And we do not have to depend on any foreign aid or any helping hand or anything from anyone else. Because when the stuff hit the fan, it is us that we have to look to help each other.
I really hope we can do that. I hope we can be there for ourselves. Um, I pray that our men could rise to the occasion. I don't know. I don't really know what that will mean. Because I know that they were created to protect us and to provide. Um,
Yes, but now is our time to rise. A woman, always wants a king, but at the same time, she's quite capable of running the palace by herself. We have to come to the conclusion when it comes to us birthing the nation, when it falls, it's the mother's nurturing, it's her compassion, it is her emotions, it is her feelings that won't allow her children to continue to be exploited and demised and mistreated and killed. When there is peace, sons bury their fathers, but when it's war, fathers are burying their sons. So we must come to the conclusion when we actually understand these proverbs and realize the power and authority that we have to make strategic planning decisions. You don't light a candle in the midst of the jungle when you're trying to confront your enemy. We have to really understand what it means by strategic planning. Some things you just can't discuss, on the media that they have created to know our business and to control our business and be, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead of us. We have to be able to utilize to come together and have meetings. That's the whole purpose of a council. We have sisterhoods, we have brotherhoods, but until we understand we have to have communal hood and bring it together, that the woman must recognize the strength of the man must recognize the strength of the woman. You'll be able to have your meetings separately, but when it's time to come together, you have to support each other. You have to work together. And if one doesn't, it's kind of like that old saying where they say that what's absent in the flesh is present in the spirit. And when you know that each one of us have the masculine and feminine energy within us, when one don't want to show up, then it'll show up in the spirit. And that's another reason why it's very important that we recognize the importance of community, when it comes to, you don't want to have to feel like, well, I know it's a culture among some people, the polygamy, but if you don't even know how to treat the sister as a sister, before you say, if you need some help, let me help you, instead of saying, in order for me to help you, I must sleep with you. You must become one of my wives. That's one of the things that a lot of, I notice a lot of teaching about polygamy, and it done got to the point from the plantation and in order to, in the community now, it's like men don't want to help the woman unless he is make them one of their wives or sleep with them. But in a community of respect, you must be able to recognize the woman as a sister and give her a helping hand before you can even think about making her a wife or one of your wives. And we must get back to that mentality.
Well, it's funny that you say that, sis, because I don't mean to cut you off, but something happened this week. I guess everybody must have seen this video that was going around where this guy bought McDonald's or something for his child, but the woman that he has the child with has other children.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he only bought enough food for his child, and she must have done a YouTube of. I guess she filmed it, and she was like, "Okay, you got to bring more than one. You got to bring food for all the children.
Right.
I have more than one child. You can't just bring food for one child." And then it was all this debate. People, they're still talking about it, where everybody had opinions on. It's he only have one child. Why should he have to bring food for other children? And some people felt like he should only have to bring food for his child. And some people felt like he should be bringing food for all the children. And in my case, I was thinking that while, I think he should bring food for all the children. And it's funny because we are living now like where everybody just takes care of their own. And and it's funny when you said that while you were talking, it paralleled in my mind. I was thinking that's how I see Africa. That's how I see Haiti and Jamaica and all these other places where Black men rule. They only take care of their personal families or their personal or the people that they know. They don't take care of the whole. They don't see like, all the children as their children or all the women as their women. They don't see like, all the country. Like they only take care of their little personal spaces. And it's something that and it's funny because this little thing that's just this upload that this woman put up about her relationship with her baby daddy and these children was a good representation of that for me. And it was surprising for me for how many people agreed that it was okay for him to just come with food for that one child. And in essence, it made me realize that how many people are in the space of not understanding that the relation, the way that, outside of the two adults, how having that one child eat and not having the other children eat, how that would make those other children feel. And it made me realize something, that we are really truly a broken people, not to understand that that's not okay.
Exactly.
it really, it's not okay and I guess there may be some people, okay, everybody on this panel, we have some men on this panel. What do you guys think?
I mean,
I know you guys seen the videos. I know you've seen it.
No, I don't know. I ain't know that what
I've
that's
seen the
referring to.
video.
But I mean, to me, it sounds like if that's the case, then the person must not want to take on, I guess, the responsibility. I mean, but it's like, bro, if the same kids, if you neglect children within your community, them same kids is gonna be the kids that destroy your community. So it's really counterproductive. Like, if you're not making sure every child and every being within your circle or community is okay, you're gonna have a problem. That same person that you
Ashe.
don't take care of is gonna be stealing, robbing, not feel the sense of family. So that's gonna end up being a destruction, and that's a person that will sell out the whole rest of the community. So
And
Yes,
that's my
Ashe.
thought. Yeah. Because
But
there's going to be resentment there, even if you're looking at it from a small thing where it's just that man, those other children that's not his, and that woman, they're going to resent him, and that's going to be hard on him.
Yeah, that discussion came up in a chat group that I was, and I argued against that. I mean, like if you see the animal kingdom, right? The lion, if the lion is meeting with another lion, that lioness that already have like little puppies, right? What does the lion do? He makes sure he kills those puppies so he can get his own how you say, his own kids or what? And
Yeah.
his own
right,
progeny.
so, yeah, he makes sure he kills those. So that was in that chat group. I was one of the people that was like, if this man is coming home and he got his own kid, and there's these children of the lady that she came with, I think the man of the man also has to take care for his own kids. Not letting another man take care for the kids that are not his. It was just something, because in America, everybody is thinking about pocket, right? Nobody has, I mean, people have money, but everybody is thinking about, oh, I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to do that. And it's just obvious.
It's not okay to just take care of your own. We didn't used to, that it didn't used to be us though.
Right. It never used to be that, because in Africa, like, it never used to be that, because
Not
if you are
even in
marrying a
America.
woman.
That wasn't it. That wasn't us in America either. That wasn't us in America. That wasn't us in the Caribbeans. This thing that we have become, this selfish thing that we have become, like the statement that Inga Baby 51 says, where are the fathers of the other children? That wouldn't even been a mindset.
Right, but what I was saying is,
Mindset,
what if the man
that
doesn't
would
have
have
that?
been the question would have been, I'm going to the store to buy some food. You bring enough food for all the children.
But what if he doesn't have enough money to take care of the whole the family and the other kids?
He needs to find a way. That's what, like, we gotta.
That's the thing.
It's the community
Go
aspect,
ahead,
bro.
Nancy, please go ahead.
It's the community aspect. If you don't, that's why our neighborhoods are the way they are. Is because, like, even in these blocks, like when you grow up, yeah, if you got a father in the neighborhood, if you live in a socioeconomically low area, you probably are going to be aberration if you got a nuclear family. If the person that the man that is the head of that nuclear family doesn't go out and attempt to take care of, not show those other kids within that neighborhood how to be a man, them same kids are gonna be the kids that end up killing his son because they don't got no guidance. You can't leave. If somebody is in your direct community and vicinity and they are your people, bro, you gotta have a greater sense of self than just your family. I know it shouldn't be like that, but the way it is, no, it should be like that though. But in a perfect world, there will be a man in every household. But that's not the case in our community, and we gotta look ahead and see.
So you're gonna look out for his own kids, and then when they've grown up, they look for their father, right? Their own father that
Oh
wasn't taking
God.
care of
Oh
that, right?
God. Jude.
Yeah, they're gonna look,
Jude.
but it's
Hey, you broken, Jude. You broken.
He is broken. He is
Jude,
broken.
you are broken.
No,
Anybody
I'm just
no, Jude, let me finish my statement. Anybody that thinks like that, dude, you're broke. Anybody that's thinking where they daddy or I'm not going, what he gonna do for me? You broken. It's not about that.
right. I mean, but people have to talk, right? I mean, not everybody is gonna be on the same page. I might end up changing my mind to,
That's a broken statement, and that's me responding to your talk.
Okay.
Yeah, Jude, let me educate you, Jude. Listen,
How are you up there?
yeah, listen, my brother. She even said to him, like, when they got together, he assumed the other kids as his own. Yeah, he took care of them when he was with her.
Right.
So now that he left, what has changed if she hasn't got another husband? What has changed for him to come home just with one meal for his child? What has changed?
What has changed?
So, yeah.
I mean, we are not. We saw only the video, right? We didn't, we saw only what she
No,
spoke
she
of.
was saying to him, she was asking him. She was
Right.
asking him. Yeah,
There's no reason we didn't have
listen,
been to be
he
heard.
had he had good relationship with the other kids.
Right.
Yeah, but now has changed between him and all those kids, the other
Right.
kids. What has
There was
changed?
no reason. If she could feed the kids on her own, there was no reason meeting her in the first place.
Listen, Jude, I'm asking you, what has changed within him and those other kids?
Right. I mean, taking responsibility for somebody else's
No,
kids.
listen to me. No, listen to me. I'm not saying it. While he was living with her, all the kids, he treated them as they were his own kids.
Right.
So once he left, what has changed?
When who left? When the lady left or the man?
The man left. The man left the house.
She had those kids. Those kids was with he had those. She had those kids when he was with her. So he's no longer with her. What has changed? That's what she asked him.
I mean, nothing is gonna change if the lady can take care of her own of the kids.
Well, you're not even responding properly.
Yeah.
Judah, you gotta view the community, a communal setting, bro. Everybody's kids, bro. That's that. If you want to grab, that's that.
You know, the problem with us is we don't value ourselves. We don't value each other. We don't take care of each other. We don't have each other's back. We're not each other's keeper. We're sitting here. You know, we don't value children, and that goes back to what I was talking about. Like, oh, that ain't my child. You know, that the thing about it is this. I promise you, we're making fun of this like it's a small thing, but other communities would have been embarrassed by this. It's like a big joke to us, but it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Like, you know, you're gonna go somewhere where it's a house full of kids, and you're gonna bring one slice of pizza.
Yeah, it's embarrassing if the woman had just.
It's embarrassing for the man that's doing that too.
No, I mean, if you have kids with different men, it's not that good. You should have.
So guess what, Jude? That's not just the embarrassing part too. The embarrassing part is, how could a man go feed one child in a house full of children? That's not okay.
Yeah, you're right. But
I know we want to insult women. I know it's insult women season. I know it's insult women season.
Don't go there, Gina. I know you want to talk about the other one.
No. I know we're coming out of Kevin Samuel season, so everybody's putting women down season. Black women black women down season. I know that's where we're at. But to be honest with you, when a black man does that, he's really putting himself down.
Yeah.
And that's the part that black men are getting. It's really, it's kind of like to a point where it's embarrassing. It's making me feel bad for the black man because he don't know how ghetto that makes him, how dumb that makes him look.
You're right. No child has to be treated that way. Anyway, that's true. I understand.
Like, how are you now? Not only are you dissing the black woman, you're also dissing black children.
Yeah.
Not only are you putting that black women down, now you're making it seem like you're capable of being cruel to black children.
Nicely put, sister. Nicely put.
And I don't
Come on, Jude, respond.
Go ahead.
Respond now, Jude.
I don't understand it. I mean,
what do you want me to respond? She's talking.
Whatever, but who treats children that way?
Nobody treats children that way, you know.
Like we're making mockery of they ain't my children. Well, and then it's funny because I now see people coming up with memes and things like that. And what it says is that we're so broken as a people that we don't know we're making fun of ourselves.
But where is the husband of the other kids? Where is he
Oh
at?
God.
Is he
Oh
enjoying
God.
somewhere or something?
Jude.
You know where he's at, Jude? He's where you were yesterday when maybe he was bringing food for only his child. How about that? And that's what you don't get.
Yeah.
All black men are acting the same right now when it comes to that. If just like he was only willing to bring food for his child, maybe the other one was only willing to bring food for his child. So that's the answer to that. Maybe he's doing the same thing you were doing.
Right.
So you don't have to ask that crazy question no more. Maybe what needs to happen is you look out for all the kids, and it doesn't matter what this one isn't doing. And you know what? That's it. And I'm not saying you got to buy them all clothes and shoes, but when it comes to food,
yeah.
Come on now. You don't got to pay everybody's child support, but food, come on now.
And that's why if I want to pass.
That is so petty and so small. And it's just like to be put online. And it's funny because I was watching to see what other men were saying, and white men was just like, that is petty.
Yeah, I mean, people were talking. It's not just white men, even black guys.
On Instagram, where white men were making like Instagram memes of like bringing food for their other, like they were bringing food for like, yeah, and I bought food for everybody. And I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, you can do that. Everybody does that. You know, sometimes you go out and you buy things for everybody, right? You take your homies out and you buy stuff.
It's the way that black men are responding to it. And it's the way that a lot of people are responding to it. And of course, you have a lot of women responding to it that way too. It just shows you that in our culture, we're very cold-hearted to each other. We're very the first thing that came out of everybody's where they father, and I'm like, huh? I don't know, but me myself, when I go over my friend's house, a female friend house, if she have 3 children, I bring them all food.
Exactly, you can do that.
If I have a godchild, I might have a godchild, only one, but I'm not gonna bring only one of them food.
Gina, you can do that some of the times, but doing that every day often is.
If she has 3 children, I'm gonna make sure I bring all 3 of them something to eat.
Do they live with you?
Do you not understand? I'm not gonna go to someone's house and see 3 children and bring only one something to eat. That is cruel.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
that is really imbecilic. Why would I do that? We are that is like uncompassionate. Like, why would I go to a child? Now, I'm not talking about an adult. You can go somewhere and take an adult a platter and not worry about the other adults. I'm talking about children.
But this is what came up, right? There was another thing that came up. They say if he's buying Jordan or Nikes for his son, so if he's spending $200 to buy Nikes,
you know what the sad thing is? If another race did that to us, we would say it was prejudice.
Yeah.
If another race, if we saw a black woman deal with a white man and she had one mixed child with that white man and she had 2 black children, we would say, oh, that's racist.
Yeah.
That's why he's doing it. But when we see a black man do that to a woman that has 3 black children and he only have 1 with her, we're gonna say, oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
We would have been calling foul. We would have been calling the racist police.
I have a question because I'm listening and analyzing the scenario of the video through what you're saying. So the children, he has a child with a woman that has 3 children, and so he's obviously dating or has slept with the woman. The baby is a new baby, but she has 3 additional that are older. That means he made a choice to sleep with a woman and have a woman who had 3 previous children.
Yes.
He took on a responsibility and accountability because whenever a man doesn't accept the children, then he's really not going to accept or respect you. You're only just like a prop in the bedroom. So if he was there before, he obviously was taking care of his business while he was there. So they're no longer together, but the responsibility is still there. If he done it before, then he should be able to do it now. Now I want to ask this one with the letter J on his screen. Where are you from?
I'm from Africa, man. I'll just keep saying that I'm African.
What part?
I don't have to be from one part. I'm Pan-African. I'm African.
Okay, so when we awaken out of the slumber of taking on this westernized society and we awaken to the African culture, one of the first things that they tell us to do, they use as a proverb, that it takes a village to raise a child. So are you out of touch with the wisdom of the village and you have taken on colonizers' behavior, the reason why you speak the way you speak? What's going on why you do not have the root of the wisdom of the village still within you to answer the way that you do?
I still have that because from where I'm from, right, there's what they call communal lifestyle. You know, it takes a family to, or it takes a family to feed a village. There's this communal lifestyle. You take care of people's kids, you know. But in America, I mean, it's
in
different.
America, y'all not important.
It's because
in America, y'all ain't used to this love.
In America, things are hard. People look out for their own.
Say y'all not used to this love, so y'all used to this non-love.
In America, you cannot compare.
Used to this, but yeah, no, it didn't used to be like this in America, Jude.
It used to be, but it's not anymore because
people used to. I promise you, people used to make sure you was okay. You couldn't even go down the street without people saying, "Where you going?" People used to make sure you was okay. If you was locked out of your house, people used to make sure you sat on the porch. You had something to eat until your parents came home. And these were people that lived on your block. It didn't used to be like this.
Gina, we're talking about now, but the question is the guy living with a woman? If the guy is not living with a woman, and then it makes no sense for him buying stuff.
If you have children, if you're going to someone's house, and even if you have never screwed the woman, it could be just a female friend. If I have a female friend, don't come to my house and only bring food for one of my children.
So if he's buying Jordan for his kid, he should buy Jordan for the whole kid.
Children like that, don't do that.
So if he's buying shoes for his kid that cost $200, he should spend $1,000 and buy the same shoes for everybody.
Nobody talked about if he's buying his son a gift. Now you're being ridiculous.
No, that was the question that somebody asked in the chat group that I was in. That if he's buying Jordan for the kids that cost $200, so he should buy.
Let me say this first and foremost: don't buy my kids no shoes for cost $200.
Yeah.
And I'm just because I'm a black woman that don't want my children to be wearing those shoes that cost $200.
Yeah.
First and foremost, do not buy my children no shoes that cost $200.
But you know there are shoes that cost $200, right?
About food. If you're coming to my house to bring one of my children food, don't do it. Don't do it.
Right. I mean, I was talking to this brother. He was trying to find out what part of Africa I'm from. So, and that's one of the mentality that people use. They try to know, like, oh, you from America, you African American, and then they bring that judgment on you and put a judgment on you. And they say, oh, if you are from West Africa, they say, oh, okay, people from this part of Africa, they do this. If you are from Central, if you are from North, oh, you want to bring that Muslim stuff.
A gift like a something. It's not food. Food is different than a gift. You know that, right, Jude? Like that's
right.
Different.
I know food is different from gift, but if you are bringing food once in a while, it's okay. But if you are coming often and often,
once in a while for one child, you could.
No, if you are bringing food for once a while for one kid, it's not okay. But if you, Gina, sorry if I misunderstood, but if you are bringing food every day for the whole family, that's not okay that you have to buy food. But if it's once in a while, at least you have to bring it for everybody. But if you have to bring it every day for everybody, that's a problem because the other parents
bring food to my house every day. Why would you need to bring food every day to my house?
I'm just saying. I mean, if that's what it is.
No, I'm asking you. That's not even an option. You come to my house. You bring food for children. You bring food for children. You don't bring food for child. Period.
But if he does that every day, it's a problem though, because spending that
No, he
money.
would not come to my house with food every day. You're over exaggerating things. That's the thing. That's what people started doing. They was like, well, what if he wanted to? And what if no? What he did was, you don't go to McDonald's unless you, or he could have done this. He could have come and picked up his son and took him to McDonald's and ate there.
Exactly.
But to me, even that, like, bro,
I think that's wrong too, but at the
it's wrong,
same time, I think it's wrong because then that child is going back home knowing that his brothers and sisters didn't eat.
yeah, you just creating a dysfunctional environment. Like this,
Yeah.
that's what, like, this selfishness, bro, is destroying us, man. There's no
It's a
whether
product
it's
of
your
the
direct
environment.
responsibility or not. It doesn't matter. It's a child, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clear to
And
see.
the sad thing is, I'm gonna tell you another thing that I thought about when I was watching the whole thing. You would think that the people in this women, we have to choose better. Choose better. Choose better. Choose better. You can't be late. Do not open up your legs for nonsense men. This is a good example. When we watch these things go down, do not allow yourself to open up yourself for any type of human. These males are not worth it. Because guess what? If something would happen to you, you would hope that the man that you had children with would be able to take all your children in and love them unconditionally. Even if one of them was not theirs. Nigga can't even buy McDonald's for more than one child.
But that same thing is happening in Africa too, Gina.
You should not be laying up with any man that cannot take on all your children if something happened to you.
Gina, even in Africa, you have women that are treating other kids bad because they.
I don't want that part to be. I want my women to hear this. Stop sleeping with any old man. He has to be worthy. When you meet these men, you have to think ahead. Like they have to be worthy, so worthy that if something happens to you, that they will be able to step up and take care of all of you.
Yeah.
Which needs your children, even if it's not theirs. Not everybody deserves the prize, y'all. These men do not deserve the prize.
Exactly.
And that's the reality of it.
Yeah, Gina, I know some.
Nigga can't afford some McDonald's for 3 children. He should not have even been in between your legs the first place.
Yeah.
He should not have even gotten a child from you. And that's the reality. See, the whole thing about it is we don't know our worth, women. We don't know our worth.
Yeah, and the value, the
Having these
significance, and the
conversations
relevance.
online with Black men disrespecting us, disvaluing us, throwing memes about us, making statements to the effect that we just a bunch of baby daddies. No, this is too much. This is too much, y'all.
Yeah, this is our downfall, my sister. This is our downfall. And
Y'all
I always
stop disvaluing ourselves and understand that, this Negro could not even, made a big deal about buying McDonald's for more than one child. Imagine if something happened to you. Where will your children go? They will all be separated.
I want to ask a question. Is this the one that was saying something about she get food stamps? He knows the date that she's supposed to get food stamps?
Exactly.
That's I've seen this one. Wow.
But Gina, look, this is the thing, right?
Both of them are broken, but it's just the point. You see, this is what I'm gonna say about this. I don't know. I have to say that there is a particular type of energy that you have and that you bring into your life. You see, you attract who you are.
Exactly.
She attracted who she was. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say you have to be very particular about who you are before you could attract who you want. But at the same time, sisters, really be careful. Be careful, because I'm going to tell you something. You have to Understand, especially when you're mothers, especially if you're a single mom and you're out here trying to date. The moment you have one child and you become a single mom, you're no longer a free agent.
Yeah. Fortunately.
You have now a responsibility. Your responsibility is to make sure that whatever you do is that you provide your child someone that is going to be able to be there for them if something happens to you. That means there's no more playtime. That means you got to find somebody that is worthy. And it looks like a lot of us don't get that.
You're so correct. Because when I was at home, minding my own business, I wasn't thinking about no GOD. I wasn't looking for no GOD. And I definitely wasn't living for no GOD. And when the divine spirit comes to me, the lifestyle that I was living, anything and everything that you can imagine from A to Z is what I was. And the first thing that the divine spirit had to do was enter into my mind and open it and make a divine connection of what I was sent here to do and what I was mandated to do. And the experiences that I experienced was not only for my benefit to survive, but be a vessel of communication to allow others not to make the same mistake as me. And one of the first things after that, she told me that I had become celibate because there's a masculine energy in me. And if I don't know how to treat the masculine energy in me, there's no way that I can respect the masculine energy outside of me. Because the script was flipped. There's a lot of women who get abused by men. I was just the opposite. I was the abuser. And that was because of something that happened to me when I was a little girl, and I refused to allow one to abuse me. And I have a lot, very, very, very small tolerance for ignorance. So it wasn't no problem for me to shut it down. And in order for me to prepare myself to be a queen, then I had to make sure that all focus is on me. I had to learn me. That's one of the things that the ancestors told us is to know thyself. That is twofold. Know who you really are and to know things for yourself. Now, women have to now, for us who are awakened and conscious, and that we go into the community and be an example and start talking to the women, the young women, and be an example and let them to know their worth and their value. That's one of the things that the spirit allowed me to do is to put a message on a paper, and then she had me to roll it up like a scroll and put like a golden seal on it, and then she allows me to get a token. And when I walk up to these women that are in the streets or that are homeless or working in a grocery store, working in corporate, it doesn't matter what status they are, from the low to the high, but they have to realize that no matter how low they go and how far they fall, there's still a highness in them. They must be able to recognize that their value is not going to come from lip service from somebody else. They have to be able to recognize the value of themselves for themselves. You said something?
Yes, you were kind of distant as far as I couldn't hear you that well. I don't know if it's like that for everybody.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it was the same with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I get the gist of what you were saying. They have to
Okay.
value themselves, and I agree with you 100%. I think I don't understand what happened to us as Black women. Lately, I've been really focusing or trying to. I've been meditating a lot on how we're being slandered all over the place, not just but by Black men, but all people, like and then Black women too. Like I see a lot of us turning on ourselves, and it's gotten to a point where it's really out of control, and we have to gather ourselves, and we have to really reflect and try to pull ourselves together and understand that none of what is being said is true. And more
Mm-hmm.
than that, and it's time that we reestablish who we are in this world. Enough is enough. But there has been some brokenness. There is some brokenness that we have to deal with. I do agree with that. But at the same time, we are not the most broken humans on this earth.
No.
As a matter of fact, we have kept quite a few people together. And it has to be said, and it has to, and one thing I will say is this, please stop disvaluing yourselves with these Black men that do not appreciate you. Please.
I got a question.
That's all I have to say to Black women.
Gina, I got a question. If you have a man that have kids with another woman and brought those kids at home, will you be able to take care of his own kids?
If I love that man, I will love his children.
And you will take care of his own kids?
If I love that man, I will love his children. That's the answer. If I love that man, I will love his children.
Yeah. Okay. Because I mean, it's the same it's the same thing that is happening, And I've seen situations that the women they don't treat those kids nice because they...
Jude, you always find something to displace your morality.
I mean, it's vice versa, so it goes both ways. It's not.
It doesn't work like that, Jude.
The answer is this: if I don't love the man, I'm not going to love his children. So women that you see not treating those children nice must be with that man for a different reason.
Mm-hmm.
That really is the answer. It was the answer for both things. If I love the man, I'm going to love his children. If I don't love the man, I'm not going to love his children.
Right. Okay. Yep. That's true.
So if you get a woman that you've attracted materialistically and she's with you for materialistic reasons, she's not going to love your children.
So we might say the man didn't love the children, but he didn't love the woman as well.
That's it.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you something about children, though. Anybody that could mistreat children don't love themselves. As far as I'm concerned, you see, there's love, and then you don't have to love children to make sure that they eat. That's not a thing of love. That's human nature. I wouldn't want to see any race of children not eat. I wouldn't want to see any race of children be harmed. That's humanity. That has nothing to do with love. That has a lot to do with being human. Like, I wouldn't want to walk into a space and let's say there was a Chinese child, a European child, and a Black child, and only feed the Black child. As pro-Black as I am, as much as I love my people, I'm going to feed all those children.
Yeah.
And somebody, I don't know how to pronounce this person's name over here in the chat room. Agwu or something.
Chukwuigwe.
Oh, thank you. You see what he says. So what is your religion?
It look like he's Igbo. He might be an Odinani.
What you mean religion?
It says it's against my religion to be the stepdaddy, and my ancestors won't allow it.
His religion might be where he's from, his tribe. In Africa, most men, you don't marry a woman that has kids with another man. That's just the fact. I mean, it happens.
Women are allowing too many things.
It happens in some tribes. In some tribes, especially in my tribe that I'm from, like, you don't marry a woman that has kids with another man. If you have kids with a man, you have to marry that man.
What about women? They're supposed to marry you even if you got 50 women.
So why they have kids? If you have a kids with a man, you have to marry that man. They don't have to
answer my question. You didn't answer my question. What about that man? Can he have more than one wife?
Right, he can. But, I mean, that's a man. Yeah, he can. Come on, Gina. That's just the way traditionally.
You don't have to be the child.
That's why your infrastructure look the way it does. That's why children are treated the way they are, and that's why women are mute. Because the only thing that men are thinking about is overpowering women.
Yeah.
Y'all not trying to do nothing else but control women. Nothing else is getting done in Africa but overpowering women, over-sexualizing women. Nothing else is getting done.
Yeah, I mean, yep.
That's it. They sit there and they make all these rules on how to control women, how to make sure that they have control of women, how to make sure that women have no power, but nothing else is getting done.
But it's not the government, though. It's
No,
people.
it's men. It's men, and men in government support it.
Yeah.
And you know what the sad part is? Until that changes, Africa's gonna be always at the bottom.
It's true.
You laughing?
Yeah.
But it's
No,
not
you're
a
right.
joke.
You're right. Exactly.
It's not
That's
a
bull.
joke.
Yeah.
It's not a joke, because that's the greatest sin. That is the way that African men treat their women and their children is the thing that's holding them back.
Right. I mean, I'm not
And
gonna
they
sit
don't
here
get
and
it. They
sugarcoat
just don't
stuff.
get it.
That brother is from Nigeria, from the name Chuku. He's from Nigeria,
You
and I
sound like
agree
he's
that it's
Igbo.
the same.
He's an
Right.
That's an
African
Igbo
American
name.
I know it's an Igbo. That's what I'm saying, and I agree that it's the same thing that is happening in my country as well.
I
And
know my brother really well. He just He
and
went
it
down
cut
there.
across Africa. It's not only Nigeria or Cameroon. It
No,
cut across Africa.
Jude, please, Jude. I am Bakongo, and the Bakongo people, we don't have that.
Yeah, we gotta stop making these general slurs.
Don't generalize. No. We
No,
the Bakongo, we don't have this. And I'll tell you even what. In my culture, like if my brother dies, I will be the immediate
to take over his wife, right?
Yeah. No, his wife. His kids. His kids.
What about the wife?
Will be mine. And listen, and we not wife. She will be free to marry any other person. But I will be.
Like that.
I will be the most important person on those children's life. And we don't have like and they will never. No, we don't have this word like nephew and uncle. They will call me.
What about the property of the woman husband? You take it?
No, we don't take it. It's for the children. It's for the children and the wife. So we do this deal.
Controls the woman or you?
Listen to me. If my elder brother, something happened to me, he dies, and he leaves property. So we're gonna sit down with the woman. We'll ask her, listen, if you wanna stay in this house with the kids, you are free. You keep everything. But if you get married with another man, you have to go and leave everything with the kids.
Right. It's the same. Yep. It's the same in my culture as well.
Yeah.
And you leave the property and go. Yeah.
And listen, and we don't have this word uncle and nephew. Ever since when they are born, they will call me dad, and they will and my kids, they will call my kids brothers and sisters.
Exactly, that's family.
So we don't have that.
Those are your brothers.
So why now you generalizing that the way Africa we do this? Why are you generalizing that?
The culture that you just mentioned is the same culture that is happening in my place, but in some places, in some different cultures, you guys don't have just one culture. You guys have different cultures in your place, in your country, right?
Now, what do you mean? I say I am Bakongo, and with Bakongo, this is our tradition.
How many cultures are in Congo?
Many cultures.
Right. So in all those cultures, they do one tradition. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we are basically the same people. We have, it's just very one day, but we don't have this thing of discriminating children. We don't have that.
So you can marry a family a woman that got 5 kids, and you can stay with her from somebody else.
Yes,
not your brother's kids, but somebody else's kids.
Yes, you can do it. You can do it.
The funny thing is, even though it is not said, I think that in the white man's culture, all children are his children. And it's sad because
I agree.
I would think that would be our situation, but in the white man's culture, I think he thinks that even the black people, I think he thinks all children in his territory are his children.
Yeah,
but
because
we don't see it that way in Africa.
No, we don't see that because in Africa, right?
You know, in Africa, what we think? All virgins are virgins.
We
focused on the virgins. We're not first
Yeah,
focused on
yep,
the
and
virgins.
that's true. Most people go back home and look for virgins.
That's it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna tell you something, right? That African men are more focused on the vagina, on virgins, than anything else. They're not focused on the infrastructure. They're not focused on the finances. They're not focused on the minerals. They're not focused on the resources. They focused on how can we control and get access to virgins, and that's the sad part.
Yeah,
right,
unfortunately, that's true these
There are
days. That's true.
there are more stringent there are more stringent cultural systems in place about women than anything.
right. I mean, Gina, that's just how society is.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to disrespect anything right now,
No,
but
you are not. You are not.
I've been digging and digging and digging, and all I see is all kind of ways to control women. But there's nothing to secure themselves. There's nothing to ensure, prosperous. There's nothing to protect children. There's nothing to make sure education is in line. Nothing.
I agree. Yeah.
I want to make something clear to Power Yombe, right? What I was talking about is not really a tradition, like you marrying a woman that has kids. It's not really a tradition. It's just something that your family will disrespect you for marrying a woman that has kids. Like if you bring a woman at home and show to your family, oh, this is my wife. The first question they ask you, oh, where is she from? Does she have kids? Once she got kids, that's a problem. It's not a tradition, but it's just something that it doesn't sit well with the family at all.
That's
They
understandable.
just think that she has been prostituting, she has been doing a lot of different things. That's just what they feel like. The woman is not truthful. They feel like she has been doing a lot of different things, and that has resulted to kids. It's not a part of tradition. So
yeah, but is this across the board way in your part of the world, Jude?
This dude being those baby mamas mostly strong and independent, but who can't keep a man? What? They can't. What are you talking about?
But Jude, what you saying, Jude, is understandable. But when you bring that to it, you don't have to marry or be married to a woman or be sleeping with a woman to help the children out. That's really the problem. Like it's just viewing the children as helping it. If you're helping children within your community, you're helping your society. That's the most important part. Like it's the most primitive. Like if you
don't understand, these women that are single are being made single by men that cannot keep a woman.
Exactly.
Exactly. I don't understand why you made that statement. And you've been with me for a very long time, Mr. Igwe. You should know the way I think. You're talking about women that are single, made single by men that are going around making a whole bunch of women single.
Yeah, that's true.
This one woman that's single, but I promise you, this man that made her single made maybe 20 women single.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Stop trying to, and yes, she said it right there. Why is there so much contempt towards single mothers? I saw on the channel, I believe her name is Cynthia G. There are a lot of women advocating for Black women not to have male children anymore. Because you see, there's so much contempt coming from Black men.
That's crazy.
Black women. And we're like, go let white women have you. Oh, that can't be done. White women can't have Black men. So what do you want from us? Not to have you? No, why do Black men have such contempt towards Black women?
Good question.
What do you want Black women to stop having you? Because at this rate, you have so much contempt towards Black women. Are you not thinking in your head, if it were not for Black single mothers, half of you would not be born?
But my question is, why will you have a kiss with a man and don't marry him?
Single mothers. Most women that had you were single mothers.
But my question is,
they were being selfish and were like, I'm not going to have you because I don't want to be a single mom. Y'all would not even be here.
But my question is, why will you have a kiss with a man and don't marry him?
That's all I got to say. Huh?
But my question is, why will you have a kiss with somebody and not marry that person and don't stay with him?
And then you're going to call them single moms.
Right. I mean, but that's the question though. Why will you have kids with somebody and you don't love that person? Why?
It's on both sides though, Judah. You gotta the relationship dynamics are
Thank you,
dysfunctional.
Greg. He said it. Why, Gina? The guilt of not being able to protect and provide. That's it.
Don't want to take on the responsibility.
That's it. You said it. Someone somewhere. That's it. So
Right, but why?
instead of shutting up and being in the corner somewhere and rolling your dice or drinking or going to the club or getting somebody else pregnant like you want to, you're going to sit there and disrespect the person that you didn't want to help. And this is what Black men are doing now. It's really starting to aggravate a lot of Black women. And it's sad because I see so many Black women just giving up on Black men. And there are so many good Black men out here. And the funny thing is, it's the ugly ones that are speaking out.
Yeah.
But why do women?
It's the ones that are sitting there being cruel and whatever. Those are the ones that have channels and that are speaking out and that are being heard. These women are carrying your babies, bringing you to life. Half of them had single mom, were single. Like, let's talk about Kevin Samuels. He had a single mom. He spent his whole 2 years that he was making money speaking negatively about single moms. If it was up to your dad, you would have been dead.
Mm-hmm.
But the question
you made an audience about putting down what your mother was. If it wasn't for her life and the life that you were spewing negatively, you wouldn't have even had a life. So if Black women stop giving birth to you, where will you be, Black man? Do you think the Black woman is going to give birth to you?
Yeah, but
you will not. You will not be Black. You will be a mixed man, and then that mixed man will probably become a white man eventually.
So the question is why they switch though? Before pregnancy and after pregnancy, what is the switch? Why do you switch from love to not loving that person after having kids with him?
There's a lot of reasons, Judah. I mean, the point there's the relationship dynamics within us. I can only speak from the U.S. are dysfunctional. And they've been for a minute. But again, if you have a child and you're not willing to take on responsibility, you have no right to then talk about any type of mother. I mean, you're not taking care of your child.
Thank you. Oh my God, a man with a brain. Okay, right here again. Here comes the brainless. Single mothers want to force men to stepdaddies, to be stepdaddies. Can I ask you something? Why sleep with a woman that you know have a child? You can't be forced to be with a woman that has children. Nobody could force you to be with a woman. The moment that you know that she has a child, you should be out.
Yeah, I'm cutting away from that Chuku Igwe. I'm not in condone with what he is talking about.
Most women are gonna let you know they have children. It's not like they're gonna, be in a relationship with you, get pregnant, and then be like, "Oh, I have a child." That's not what they do. They usually let you know they have children, and then you could leave. What y'all try to do is try to be with them, and then, act like you want to be with them, and then when they want to get serious, then you're like, "Oh, you got a child. I don't want to be with you," because you wanted to use them.
Yeah,
there's accountability that needs to happen. You see a woman with a child, and then you feel like it's open season to take advantage of her.
That's
true.
What happens in those situations? Take accountability, man.
That is.
Man up. Back to what Greg said. You don't want to take accountability. That's the only thing with that's the only thing wrong with single Black women, is that Black men do not want to take accountability and responsibility and provide, period.
A lot of Africans do that. They look for women that already have kids and use them for papers. That's just the reality, That's what happens.
That's weak.
Right, but this is the thing, right? This is where I'm coming from Africa. Like, so there's just that conscious about marrying women that have kids. It's not a generalized statement, but I ask myself, why, if you don't want to get married, if you want to get married, why have kids with somebody that you don't want to get married to? Try to look for people that you think like you feel like you can be with them forever, no matter what happened along the line.
That's a stupid question, right? You get somebody pregnant, and then you be like, "She's trying to force me to get married." You stupid or something? You got this woman pregnant, and now you want to talk about being forced? Why are you sleeping around with women that you don't think is somebody that you would want to be with if she gets pregnant? Men have to become more responsible. You can't put everything on the black woman no more. Black women, please start speaking to these men. Stop acting like we dumb, because we not. I'm going to tell you something. There's something that black women do, and I think it's our fault. We keep dumbing down to these men, acting like we ain't got no sense. Speak to them, man. Stop playing dumb with these men, and all you pick-me women that keep agreeing with them, you go ahead with that. Because this is getting a little too much. They're looking like fools online. Too much. Our men are looking weak online. And we have women standing there siding with them, making them look weak, because we're sitting there coddling them. Men are supposed to provide. Men are supposed to protect. And if you deal with a woman with children, either you leave the situation before you go in between those legs. Before you go in between those legs, you get out. Don't have sex with her and then say, oh, I don't want a woman with children. If you see a woman with children, out of respect for that situation that you don't want, leave the situation.
Correct. Don't engage it.
Once you see a woman with children and you sleep with her, understand that you have a responsibility. Man up.
Well,
and if you can't man up, don't come back tomorrow saying, oh, she had children. I didn't want children. Single mama. Shut up. What you need to be saying is, I couldn't man up.
Man.
That's it. I'm tired of these sorry-ass black men going online making it seem like black women are the worst. No, we're the worst for giving birth to you.
Yeah.
We're the worst for accepting you when you give nothing to accept.
Paul Yombesi, yeah.
What the hell is that? Stop disrespecting yourselves, making yourself look like nothing. Other men are laughing at you.
It's a disgrace, to be honest.
Yeah, you're right. Someone somewhere, yeah.
And then you're sitting there thinking you're making us look bad. No, we're giving birth to you.
But that's what our communities are
Everybody
like.
knows that we're the ones that's carrying you, giving birth to you. When you talk about the single black woman, do you understand that they know that we carry male and female? So we're the single black mothers of you. So you're talking about your mothers.
Yeah.
Imbeciles. You are speaking about the single black mothers of you. You didn't come from you didn't come from white women, you came from black women. And most of you are come from single black mothers. And then you go, oh, they're single black mothers, they're on Section 8 for you.
Yeah, but that's why child support is holding me down, though.
What the problem is, because half of y'all, you know, they did all right by y'all. Some of y'all don't have to be in the situation that they were in. It's really disrespectful, and that's why I'm telling you, women, stop having sex with these men. These men, you could spot them a mile away, yo. They do not have respect for black women. If they don't treat you like gold, if they don't see you for what you are, if they don't worship you, leave them alone.
And 99%.
That's it.
That's why
there are plenty of black men that love us, appreciate us, respect us, and will take good care of us. Leave the dogs alone. Let them have them.
You're right, Gina. That's why when you
say to y'all, for real, we're not gonna talk about this no more, because I'm harder than some folks, for real, when it comes to that. I don't have time for these winklings. Let them have them. They shouldn't even be talking about us.
Yep, that's why when women with kids, when they have kids, they want to go for the younger guys. You go for the younger guys, you know.
They shouldn't be talking about black women. Black women, you should not be being with these men.
There's a difference between a guy and a man. If you go for a guy, then you'll face those problems. If you go for an older man, then you might succeed, you know.
Please,
And
if you're a woman, share this video with everybody, every woman you know, every single woman you know. Please make it known. Understand, I don't care if you got 5 kids and you're a single mom. At this point in time, you deserve better. I don't care if you're a single mom or not. Black men don't even understand the value of black men that talk like that don't even understand the value of black women.
yeah, Chuku, that Chuku guy is, I'm out of him.
I don't even understand what the hell is wrong with people like that. Talking about
I'm out of it. I can ties with that guy.
What do you mean?
Jude.
Go into a womb of a white woman and give birth to yourself then. No one else can give birth. Without me, there is no you. What the fuck? Stop acting like these black men could give birth to themselves. They're a bunch of ingrates. Let them know that they are ingrates. Without us, there is no them. Stop letting them think that they have any power. They don't come into this world without us. And that's it. Enough of that crap with these lowlives that are sitting back making money, putting us down on YouTube and everywhere else they have the opportunity to do so. Kevin Samuel gave them wings, and look where he at now. Enough of that. Man had a single mom, and he spent his whole career disrespecting her, not appreciating her, disvaluing her life. Talking about some less than average. No black woman is ever less than average. Black man was out of his damn mind. Stop sleeping with dogs, man. Stop picking up these dogs with fleas, regardless of how they look or what they have or how unaverage they seem or how much money they have. That's not what makes a man. If a man can go to McDonald's and you have 3 children and he don't bring back enough food for all your children, leave that man alone.
How you know? How you gonna know?
I don't know. You should have known when you was dating that man what kind of man he was.
Right. Yep. And that's where my blame is.
You should be able to pick these things up. You should be able to pick these things up. And the black man, if you can't be with a woman, if you can't afford to be with a woman, leave women alone. Stop acting like the woman's the problem. Get your game right.
Facts.
It's not about her. It's about you not being able to take care of yourself, let alone a woman. Stop using us as an excuse to not be able. You can't take care of you. Say that. I can't provide. I can't take care of me. I can't protect me. I'm the problem. Don't blame it on the black woman.
Someone asked me in the chat group that where is the woman, the child support that he's taking from the other men? Why is she not buying those stuff?
And the bad thing is this. I see a lot of talk about child support. It's really sad. You know what the sad thing is? It's sad that we're in a state where we're in a place or in a space that you're in a position that you're being forced to take care of your child. You see, child support, if you were doing what you need to do by your child, that woman would just say, okay, I'm fine. I don't need child support. She has the right to say that. But obviously you're not doing what you need to do for your child. And so you're being forced to do something for your child. And that's the part that you need to recognize within yourself. And no, I'm not saying that it's always positive. Sometimes you do have some greedy women out here.
They still put you on child support no matter what.
And guess what? And if you do have a greedy woman out here, that's you too, because you've been out there looking for a greedy type woman.
Come on, Gina.
Well, now pay up, nigga. You wanted a slick woman. You wasn't wise with it. You wanted a slick. You was looking for a shallow woman, and you got it.
Dang, you went on Nigeria, huh? A show.
Still your fault because you went out there and got a shallow woman. So now pay up. See, the black man wants to, y'all want to put it on, y'all always want to piggyback, but y'all don't want to take no responsibility. Y'all want these fake plastic women, but y'all don't want to deal with the plastic responses.
Facts.
You wanted the weave, the lashes, the heels, the plastic surgery. You wanted the fake booty. And now when you get the fake response, with the fake child support, responses, y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want that. You didn't want the wholesome woman. You didn't want the natural sisters. You didn't want the ones that was real because she would have been okay with whatever you could give her.
Facts.
You wanted that fake heifer. You got that fake heifer. Now give her that check. And don't complain. Don't go on, what's his name? The lead attorney talking about how much money you have to pay on child support. I'm so tired of us acting like we're stupid. We're not stupid. And black men, there's never an excuse to go out here and talk about some black woman this and black woman that because it makes you look like a fool. I was listening to a white man three white men on a YouTube channel talk about how the worst thing a man, they didn't say black man, they said the worst thing a man could do is go somewhere and talk negatively about their women. He said it's weakness. He said because it's a representation of what you're not doing right. And then I thought about our men, and I was like, God damn. He said the worst thing a man could do is start complaining about the woman that he's with other people. Because it says a lot about what you're not doing right. And all we have all day long, I mean, some men have made a career of it. They don't do nothing else but every day get up. The black woman, blah, 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 blah. The black woman, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, how do you come up every day with a discussion negatively about black women all day? Y'all ever ask yourselves these questions when you watch people like Kevin Samuels or people like all these man-spirit people? Do you ever ask yourself, how does this nigga speak about black women negatively all day like this?
I already know what it is. They not directing their energy towards the person that is really supposed to go to. So
they can't fight the real. They like this. You know how you got that kid that go to school that get beat up every day by the bully?
Yeah.
They come home and they beat up their younger brother or sister.
Yeah.
That's how they are. They getting beat up by the system. White supremacy.
Fuck.
That's what they call them, right? And then they come home and they look at the black woman.
That's
you
right.
Black woman. It's your fault, black woman. If it wasn't for you, I could do so much better without you. And that's what they do. That's what the black man's been doing for eons. Not all of you, but man, there's a whole lot of you doing that. Man, there's so many of y'all. Y'all got pages. Y'all got little shirts, ties, little. You do little eyebrows. Shit, some of y'all even got makeup on.
Oh man, come on, Gina.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Come on.
Don't
disrespect.
Watch
Come
those
on.
channels, man.
Don't disrespect men like that, Gina. Come on.
I am not. Some of them put on foundation and they sit there and they go in. Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all a clip. Look at this mother. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this dusty woman. Look at this woman. And then they go ha, 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 and they start talking and they feel and then they get off and they go into their lonely ass room and call up a black woman. That's what they do. They trifling, weak ass men that can't go deal with what they need to go deal with. And you know what? And the sad thing is, or they go on one of these they go into one of these channel or these apps where you call up these Spanish or white women to come. They pay them to come spend time with them.
Pathetic.
That's what they do.
That's
so they go to
yeah. So that's what the high life is. The high life is I go online and I talk bad about the woman that look just like me, and then I get offline and then I go call up one of these women that don't look like me and pay them to spend time with me. And that's some real shit for you? That's some real shit for you? That's the kind of life that you're telling me that's good? That's the life that's good. You know, and so I'm telling you, black women, right now, it's your responsibility. You done filled this nigga's head up. Enough is enough. I don't like using that word, but some of these men are just niggas. They not men.
Damn. So what was the solution?
Men out here, we got some good ones. We got some really good men. I thank God I got one. Took me a while. I had me a couple of those fools back to back. I had to take a 8-year separation from humans before I found my good one.
Right, and he's taking care of you despite with all the kids you got. I mean, that's a good man. I respect it.
Period.
Right.
And that's why I said this, because I'm gonna tell you something I know. I'm not telling you something that I had 7 children.
Right. I mean,
he had 0.
He has 0. I was surprised myself, Gina.
And I'm telling you something I know for good. He's intelligent, he's handsome, he's beautiful, 6 foot something.
Wow.
So and great job. So I'm telling you, see, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm telling you this for free. Don't let these fools tell you what you're worthy or what you're not worthy for.
Facts.
And he ain't got no kid of his own, but he's you, man. That's nice.
So that's why I tell you, you let these fools tell you what you're worth. You let these fools tell you what you're worth.
So the women are the people that have to learn on things that are happening.
You have to decide what you want, black women. You have to decide what you want and stop letting these men play head games with you.
But you go for the men, you didn't go for the guy.
Stop. You gotta put some things right in your life first.
Facts.
You gotta clean up some things first. Like you gotta take care of yourself. You gotta take care of your children. You gotta deal with your spirit.
Facts.
You gotta prioritize some things in your personal life, and then all things will put in place. And when you meet that person, it's not gonna be a priority for you. I'm telling you, there are good men out here. There are great men out here. These men, these frogs, these dogs, these fools, they're loud. But they're not the truth, y'all. They're not the truth. And trust me, I don't know what kind of energy is out there, what spirit is roaming, trying to attack black women at this time. Don't fall for it. Don't let that energy get to you. I mean, they went hard for us. I mean, to the point where I believe the spirit of the creator had to come in and I'm sorry to say this, deal with it. They got to a point where they had to intervene. I'm sorry to say it. Intervention was done. It was getting out of control. I think that above average statement did it for the Most High, for the creator, for the source, because the creator created the black woman first. We can't be under average. You can't tell me that he created us first and you're going to tell me that we're under average. Everything is measured from us. Nobody measures anything from, it starts with us. And that's where you get it wrong. And you see when that happened, that's where it had to be corrected. So I'm telling black men to stop playing with something so serious as into, denigrating your own self. Because the black woman, she's more you than anybody else on this earth.
Facts.
So if you can't respect yourself, respect her. If you don't if you can't protect yourself, protect her. If you cannot provide for yourself, provide for her. Facts. And until you can do those things, you will not be able to sit where you're supposed to be sitting in this world. Period. All right, guys, I'm not going to stay on here too long. I'm going to ask you guys to tell me what you think about this discussion. I know it went everywhere. Closeouts. Tell me what you think, Jude. What do you think? I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to say this. I love all my black brothers, but
Yeah. I'm just gonna cut it short, You know, we have talked too much, so I'm ready. Yeah. I mean, it's sad, It's sad, and I wish things come back together between a man and a woman, and the things that is happening in Africa and Haiti and everywhere. It's just we need that unity. If there's no unity, and then things are gonna be like just crazy. But if there's unity, we can come together and do the talking. We have to talk. This is the thing. Most men and women don't talk. They sit on different platforms and just they do this, but they don't sit at home and really talk. When you don't do the talking with your man, and then problems like this gonna come up often and often. So yeah, so I really don't have much, but I want to thank I think Power Yombe left, and I want to thank someone somewhere with I forgot what was his name? I don't know, but I want to thank everybody that show up on the platform. Thank you, Gina, and things gonna be fine. Just take it easy,
I am.
and
It's gonna be fine. But you know what, Jude? I have no respect. I'm really starting to lose respect for our black men, especially the ones in leadership in spaces like Africa and Haiti and all the Caribbeans in here in America. These
right.
brothers are letting us down. I don't want to. It's enough. It's enough that we have been polite as much as we have. I think black women need to start being honest to black men now. It's enough is enough. We're tired.
Exactly.
We're
You're
tired,
right.
and our children are suffering. We're suffering. The earth is suffering. We're exhausted. We're exhausted. Come on.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Gina, and
You're very
you guys have
welcome.
a good one. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night, Jude. I'll be
Bless.
contact.
You too, someone. Thanks. Bye.
All right, my sister, Ageless Wisdom speaks. Thank you for coming through tonight, sis. I took your contact information from the private chat. I will email you because I would like to talk to you.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to it because I believe that we can actually do something off the platform that would be very powerful in the community. Now, I think I overheard you say you're in Georgia.
That is correct.
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Yes.
So, yeah, I'm grateful to have been on the platform and to take part in this discussion. I come to eat and I've been served, and I come to share, and I hope others maybe have been able to eat from my plate as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We appreciate it. I'm very grateful. And to be honest with you, this discussion was supposed to be about one thing, but like all discussions on my panel, it never stops with one thing. I'm happy it went in the direction that it went.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Peace.
Peace. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Someone somewhere, I'm very happy that you're like the last person I get to speak to. I want to first and foremost say to you that as far as the men that come on this panel and my subject line or my comment sections, I have a lot of love and respect for y'all. And I really do have a lot of respect and love for all black men. But at the same time, I'm at the point of like, I'm just tired. As a black woman, I'm ready to be provided for, protected for. And it's funny because I have a good man in my life personally, but as a whole, I'm ready for us. I'm ready for us to have what we need as a community. And I don't want to come off like I don't appreciate black men because that's not the case. I do. But there's a level of I'm just tired of all the disrespect that's going on. I'm really just tired of it. And I'm ready for men that do respect us, that do love us, that do value us to start speaking up and start protecting us from those that do not. Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry.
Likewise with the respect and love. I mean, like my whole thing is anytime I come on here, if you talking about you a man, bro, and you blaming somebody else for your problems or not taking accountability for what's happening in your direct life, then you not a man. And I mean, I definitely agree, and I see from y'all's perspective of how things are. I mean, anyway, to me, bro, it's to the point now. Like, if you, it's either get down or lay down, bro. Any of them cowards, bro, they just in the way. They gonna take themselves out, to be honest. But when stuff get real, they finna tuck their tail anyway. They not gonna be no asset to nobody but the oppressor. So if you on YouTube talking about goofy stuff, your time gonna come. Just know, regardless. But I like to say thanks to everybody that I interacted with. It was a joy. I mean, it was a joy. And I appreciate you for holding the platform like always. Great conversations, great meeting people. I
A
want
very intelligent young man, someone somewhere. I'm very happy to. I'm always grateful to have you on here. Thank you.
thank
I
you.
will see you guys tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so it's the 4th. I don't really celebrate it, but I think it's going to be a good day to have a discussion since most people will be off. So hopefully, I'll see you all. Thank you. Okay, guys. So that being said, I want to say thank you to everyone that made it through. All of you in the comment section, share the video. Especially you sisters, share it with any sisters or any brothers too. To be honest with you, I didn't really mean to go in as much as I did. I try not to as much anymore because I don't want to come off that way. But to be honest with you, I'm happy that that came out because it's been in me. I'm really disappointed in our men. And it's funny because, like I said, I have a really great man in my life, and I see really great men that come through on this channel. But I'm talking about the cipher in general, the overall protection and provision and guidance of our men in the world. I'm ready. I'm ready for more, and I'm ready for them to stand in their power. And I'm sensing that all this hostility and all this negativity towards Black women, like I said, is stemming from a place of not being able to stand in their power. Well, I don't feel like it's fair. I don't feel like it's okay to take it out on Black women. I feel like I'd rather see you try to stand in your power instead of you taking it out on Black women. And I think it's time that you rise to whatever that needs to rise to, if it means, going within yourself and realizing some of the things that needs to be realized to make the necessary changes, period. Something has to happen because some of the things that I'm hearing and seeing, oh my God, it's devastating, not just to the Black woman, but to you, the Black man. Because like I said, I was watching a video where white men were discussing relationships, communication, and everything else. And they were talking about how, it's never a good idea. And when that man said that, it kind of grasped my attention. He said, it's never a good idea. He said, whenever I see a man come to me and start talking about negatively about his woman, it tells me something about him and how he does not have the situation under control, and how he is not able to provide and secure his situation. And it made me think about the Black man, and it made me feel weak to think that way of the Black man. So that being said, this is where it came to. And it's funny because we started this conversation talking about the proposal to call slavery, what was that term that they used? It's funny because I'm trying not to keep that term in my head because it's just out of control that these people are so disrespectful. They want to take involuntary relocation. They want to change the word slavery, what our ancestors went through, from slavery to involuntary relocation. And it's funny because, as we're sitting here talking about that, I started saying how I felt like we were powerless to even stop them from doing that, really, because in the past they have made proposals to do things, and they did that. They did that thing that they wanted to do, and we had no recourse. So that brought us to the point of talking about power and talking about the lack of power, and of course, it brought us to where we were at the end, where we were talking about how. And I brought up the fact that, children and women need to be protected, and how I personally do not like how I see children being treated in spaces like Haiti or Africa. That being said, That is a problem for me. People living very well in those spaces and still having that kind of infrastructure or devastation, around them and acting like it does not exist is a problem for me. It ended with us talking about our personal relationships and, that infamous video that went around with that man bringing that one sandwich around to a house with 3 children, and that woman talking about she didn't have enough food stamps, and it was all broken. The whole situation was broken. But one thing that stood out for me was, in my mind, we are supposed to be able to at least look out for our children. So in my mind, I'm thinking, we need to do better, y'all. As a people, we need to understand that if we don't do nothing else, if we don't protect ourselves, we have to protect our children. We have gone to the point where we were disrespecting, our men were being disrespected. Then they were disrespecting our women. Then we started disrespecting ourselves. And now we are disrespecting our children. It's gone to a level of, we are now, letting the weakest of us become a joke on social media. Enough is enough. I'm happy we had an opportunity to speak on all things. I look forward to speaking with you guys tomorrow on something just as uncomfortable. I am truly blessed to have this space to speak to you guys, to be able to communicate with my continentals and my diasporans. This was a wonderful conversation, very hard for me on some points, but feeling very great that I had the people that I had to participate in it. Do me a favor, guys. I'm trying to grow this channel. Hit the like button, subscribe if you hadn't, share with your family and friends. I want to get to 10,000 subscribers. I'm hoping that you guys can help me reach that goal. The Blackness.